Hello, my loves. Sorry I'm slightly late. I was busy crying at the VE celebrations that are happening on BBC. There is a concert currently going on for VE Day, and it is very sweet. And honestly, I would have liked to watch the whole thing, but alas, I promised I would be here for this. Hi, Kerry. Hi, Skelly. Hi, Sai. Hi, Deadbush Gamer. So we're gonna have my Wartime Wiggles playlist on today. Methinks. I think that's a good, I think that's a good thing. Naturally, when you live here, you wake up on the roof, so that's a thing. Let's try and usher my way down. Nailed it. I actually nailed it. That's amazing. Did I leave any signs? I don't think I did. I think I couldn't be asked. Because I think I think Colt went to sleep, from what Pilot said, at the compound anyway. So I don't think he would have been back here. Yeah. Okay, let's get the backpack off Brandi's back. Because it was meant to stay here. Spidey Brandi. Let's go get her court fit. And then we'll tell everybody we're awake. Oh, please don't kill me. I'm terrified consistently. I had my assessment this morning from grief counselling, and I'm going to be having more sessions. They approved me and said that they think I'm a good fit for what they can offer. So that's what I will be having. So that's some good news. Aside from that, though, I've had a really awful pain day. Oh, God. Jesus, I wasn't paying attention. When everything looked so dark. Show the positive. Eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative. Ba, 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 ba. But yeah, pain-wise, it's been a really bad day. I just started crying earlier. My poor nan's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help. I'm like, you can't. It's fine. It's just one of those very annoying things at the moment. I don't want to wear a hat. Doing right. You gotta accentuate the positive. Eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative. Mm-hmm. 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 Is this remark? Noah in the ark. Just when everything looked so dark. Accentuate the positive. Eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative. But yeah, because of what today is, we're going to be listening to my Wartime Wiggles playlist. 'Cause yeah. Right, now let's get Brandi suited and booted for today. I don't really know what I want her to wear. I just want her to look smart. Also, I couldn't think of a theme because I was tired and I couldn't be bothered. So Brandi's just like, I want to look bitchin'. Which is honestly, you know what? For Brandi, looks that's a normal thing, I suppose. Ming, what's the neighbors think? See, I could wear one of these. Brandi said she wants to wear black and white. And none of them are really black and white, so I guess not. To them gently. It's to you. She could wear something like this, but then I feel like she looks a bit too casual. I want a blazer. Let's try and find a cute blazer. We did wear a very cute one once when George was still around. Do you guys remember George? I fucking miss George. George was great. George was such a funny character. George! See, that's a perfect black. And then we'll find something underneath. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, it's Artie. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Kiss the boys goodbye. Mm-hmm. Is there a slight pink or is not? We'll just wear the white, it's fine. Actually, wait. Grey one looks kind of official and cute. What can I put on her legs? Hi, Fire Bunny. How you doing, gorgeous? We're just getting Brandy's fit ready for today. Remember this tomorrow. Na, 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 na. Mm-hmm. Kiss the boy goodbye. I think that's very smart, actually. I quite like that. And Brandy says she's going to wear shoes so that she can kick someone. I really liked Brandy's response to that. Sean was like, oh my god, why are you wearing heels? Brandy's like, it's because I want to kick someone in the face. And he was like, you know what, valid. Oh no, honestly, you're fine. You're completely fine, lovely. I was a little bit late because I was watching the V celebrations on BBC. And honestly, if I didn't have court today, I would have continued watching them because they're very wholesome and very important. But alas, I had this, so I'm here. Over and over and over and over again. Quite like that bracelet, that's quite cute. Oh wait, no, never mind, I don't like it, I take it back. That one, I like that one with the diamonds. Can I put anything on this arm? Starts me reminiscing. There we go. I think that looks very fancy. I feel like it's missing something, but I don't know what. Feels like she does need a hat. Maybe her earmuffs. Because she's scared that she's going to be yelled at. Got some earmuffs because I don't want anybody to yell at me. Oh, stop it. She looks adorable. I honestly wish I could put the black backpack on her that she used to have. I loved that backpack and it suited her so well. I can't anymore. Sad. Maybe those. Those look quite nice. And I don't know if you remember. Did I ever tell you guys this? I think I might have been offline streaming at the time. Brandi and Colt had a conversation once about the leg things. Because he put them on her. Because she couldn't do them up properly. And kept doing them lopsided. It was really funny. And so he put them on. And it was an adorable little moment. And he said that she could think of him. Which is very wholesome. Maybe we leave those on as like a little reminder that she'll get through it. Because she has Colt. That's adorable. Gonna make myself cry, what the fuck. Okay. I think she looks very good. Funny but cute. Yeah, it was adorable. She couldn't fucking do them up. She had them lopsided because she's an idiot. Right, now time to open the floodgates, I guess. Wait, hold on. Make sure my settings are okay. I probably should have done this before. La 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 la. She really has shoes on. She's put the shoes on. It's a terrifying moment. Oh my god, hi! Hi, lovely. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Jesus. Okay. Franklin. It is not illegal to eat more than your allowance of cheese. It is, however, probably not good for you, and I'm concerned that you might turn into a mouse. Wait, huh? Also, hello. I'm awake. I exist. Hi, I'm glad you exist. How you doing, lovely? Mr. Dad Bryce. Oh, you should be good then. Yeah, I hope so. Morning. Who else have we got to respond to? Brandi check. Brandi just woke up. Anything you need, I've managed to make up for. I just woke up, got my outfit ready. Gonna meet my lawyer. Where do you want me? I have a car. Okay, let's... I awaketh. We have court at the top of the hour. Please... We've caught the hour. I'm suing LSPD. I like that she's putting on Twinster. Nope. Nope. Just got my outfit. Gotta go meet and talk with Franklin. Run for the hills and hide. Okay, love you. We have Veronica. So glad she's around. Love her. Jeffy said that he's gonna be around too, guys. The whole fam's coming through. Cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow. Just you wait and see. That's a good idea, actually. Food would be great. Yes, please. Love and laughter and peace ever after. Tomorrow. I love Verilyn, man. She's great. I forget where the fuck it is. Tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again. And is it Billy? We'll go to sleep, something like that. There we go. In his own little room again. Where the fuck is this law place? Bluebirds over. Let's go by here real quick. My god, I thought I heard sirens. I was about to cry. Because Brandi definitely doesn't have her license. Oh, thank you, Bunny. I was wondering. I was like, Jesus Christ, what the hell's this? But I get the gist. Thank you. I appreciate you. See if anyone's here. I see a car. He will bloom again. Quick drive-by. To sleep in his own little room again. Bluebirds over. Yeah, Brandi's license was 100% of expired. Where the fuck's the law place? I'm so bad. It's somewhere around here, isn't it? I'll find it. I'll find it. It's fine. Yeah, I appreciate you, Bunny. Let's find this law place. I don't remember where it is. I found it yesterday so fucking easy as well, which is even more annoying. Like, I literally found it yesterday. And then today I'm like, where the fuck is the law place? Classic Haley. Isn't it somewhere? I'm sure it's somewhere along here. Is it the next street over? Am I going balmy? I might be going balmy. Somewhere down there, I think. Thank God there's no cops around right now, because I would 100% be getting my ass handed to me. It was close to a lot of sirens. Everywhere's close to a lot of sirens. In this goddamn city. Where the fuck? Franklin, I'll be there at the top of the hour, mate. I don't know where WTF law is. I'll find it eventually. How? This is the most annoying thing about me, though. How can I find something so easy one day and then the following day I can't fucking find it? Like, why? So, I know it's near somewhere. It's like that way. Where am I going? Doing an illegal U-turn. Brandi, please. I literally play her and her driving stresses me out, and I play her. So what does that say? Like, my own lack of anything stresses me out. Oh, now I remember whereabouts it is. Okay, it's fine. I've got this. We've got this. It's fine. We're completely fine. It's here. I've arrived. Imagine if British people said that when they came. Like, imagine having sex with somebody and they just will go, I'm going to arrive. Be insane. Sorry. I just have random thoughts sometimes. What did I join to? Me talking when I shouldn't. Me talking too much when I shouldn't. Couldn't even get that in that door then. That's confusing and scary. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
Since at least September of last year.
Oh my god.
Up here. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
I'm scared.
Why?
I have court at like the top of the hour.
Oh yeah, I might help.
Oh, thank you.
Either me
Do
or
I
Ember.
look good?
Yeah, I was just gonna compliment you.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Hi, baby. Hello. Hello. Hi, sweet baby boy. I love you. I love you. I love you. Franklin, I'll get to you in a minute. Baby boy comes first.
That's all right, Patrick. Can I talk to you real quick?
Yeah.
Meet me out front when you're ready, Brandi.
Okay. I've missed you. Hi, sweet baby boy. Hi. Hi, Tic Tac Tuck. Hello. Come on, let's go be nosy. Do you need help getting down the stairs? Are you good? Wow. Wow. Yeah, we're listening to my Wartime Wiggles playlist because it's VE Day.
In relation to her being shot, because I know there are other injuries that she had connected to the kidnapping.
Yeah, there's a bunch of notes on that report.
Franklin, I'm wearing things on my feet.
Yeah, your sandals.
Oh no.
Well,
It's
they look
terrifying.
great.
Thank you.
Hi, Kelly. I then ask what sort of effects these kinds of injuries can have on a person. I then ask you if these injuries can affect a person's day-to-day life. Whether or
for all
not,
that, I have to say, like, typically, not
My
yes or
sweet
no.
baby.
yeah, of course.
Okay.
I ask you if these injuries can affect a person's ability to work. Do you know how long that she was in the ICU, which I believe is 13 days according to the report?
Yeah, it'll all be on. It's all in the report.
I ask if she was prescribed any medication. Then I ask what medications. Then I ask why was she prescribed these medications. I then ask what sort of effects anxiety can have on a person's day-to-day life. And then really the
Oh, that's
last
a bit
question
too
is the
real.
only like big one. Your professional experience where the injuries and resulting anxiety consistent with someone who experienced a traumatic event, such as being shot while restrained. To which I expect you to completely answer in your own professional, opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to lean one way or the other on this.
I mean, a lot of this stuff,
Hi.
the
Good to
answers
see
are
you.
going to
Welcome
be in your
in.
favor. So, I mean, pretty much all of it is going to be typically yes, typically yes, typically yes.
Yep.
A broad range of things,
I'll
limiting.
probably follow those up with like why, right?
Yeah.
I
Unless we
appreciate
just
you,
go into them.
lovely. It's
Yeah,
Travis.
like, and for
Wait,
like the
I need to give
anxiety
him
question, it could
VIP.
be anything: avoiding certain
Hold on.
areas, not wanting to leave house, not being able
I
to
meant
get
to do this
sleep, not
before.
being able to eat. So many different things.
Wow, you're a VIP.
Okay, then yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Hi,
Might ask you
Kitty.
like, is there anything that stands out to you in this medical report? Right. Just in
I have
case
to look
there's
over the
anything.
notes again. I need to go get my MDW.
No worries.
A lot of
That's
it's just petty code, so
yeah, that's basically it. Otherwise, very straightforward.
Is good.
Now the defense is going to try to argue that because we added you an hour after motion deadline and that it made them unable to prepare, they may just dismiss you.
just say good luck reading the
Hi,
petty code,
baby.
Judge.
Yeah, we could
I
say
should
that.
ask for certain things like this. I should just ask, like, can we just have a default doctor if there's medical reports that just says medical things and doesn't lean one way or the other, so that you don't have to waste a witness on it?
I think Van Dorst is one of the judges who said you don't need a doctor.
That's
to
more than enough
establish,
Twinster for
like, these
Daisy.
things in
Yeah,
evidence.
I
And my whole
glanced at it
argument
and was
is
like, the fuck?
you guys, like the
What's
medical
going
report has
on?
been attached this entire time. You should have been prepared to ask questions in regards to the medical report. And the fact that you were banking on me not adding a doctor to the report so that you didn't have to question them is on you and not us.
Yeah.
Your
Like, for the
dad's so
other case we're
smart.
doing, I understand why I
wouldn't
need to
have
be a
freaking
witness.
clue.
But, like, for this, I don't know why there's not just a default doctor position that goes
I
out and
agree.
says, this is what it means.
I guess that's why he's a lawyer and I'm not.
All right, so I'm good with you. If you want to meet me, if you want to grab your MDW, meet me at the city hall, and then I gotta go through things with Brandi.
Okay. Ride my bike over there that I took from a gas station.
All right, Brandi.
Oh, hi.
These questions I have for you are going to be pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's going to shake it up. I'm not really getting into anything too dramatic for you.
Oh,
Just,
I don't care. I would rather go there just so that they don't have a fucking leg to stand on.
Okay. Thankfully, it's not too needed because everything is established within the medical report. If they do dismiss a doctor, I may go more into that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I just need to know, like, okay, so walk me through what happened as Ashley Lockhart breached the apartment.
So she breached the apartment. I was stood beside Allison. Allison was on the floor dressed as me. I was stood beside her dressed as her. She had a knife taped to my glove. As the door was breached, she told me to run because she had previously told me that if I didn't run at them, that she would slit my throat. So I ran at Ashley as she broke the door in. And when I did so, I ran at her saying, "Please, please help me." And we went out into the corridor. She immediately handcuffed me. And as she placed me in handcuffs, I repeatedly said to her, "Please, please, it's me. It's Brandi. It's me."
Okay. So when you were cuffed outside of the apartment?
I was cuffed in the corridor just outside the door that Allison was behind.
The what door?
So Allison was in the apartment, like in her apartment. I was in the corridor just outside of the door.
Corridor. Okay.
Yeah, the corridor.
I heard you. I was hearing car door.
Oh, sorry. No, the
It's
hallway.
okay.
Is that easier?
That's very easy for my American brain.
I'm American too. I know what you're talking about. Shut up.
Okay,
Shut up, Gus.
so you were in the corridor within the apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and
I
then what
don't
happened?
like your cat anymore. What the hell, Gus?
Yeah, he's a little brat.
I was kidding. I was kidding. Stay, stay. I love you. I love you. I love you. So after that, she was calling for backup. She went back inside of the room where Allison was in there for like, I would say like 10 to 15 seconds, came back out of the door, and took off down the hallway, leaving me entirely alone. And in
You
that
were
time,
alone.
yeah, completely alone. She
So
was she
she took off down
disappeared.
the hallway of the apartment, or left the apartment and went down that hallway.
She walked off down the hallway and went up a flight of stairs or down a flight of stairs. I didn't see anybody anymore. Nobody else was in the same vicinity as me.
Okay, 1 second. Gonna
Okay.
pause there.
Brandi hates the British. She hates the British. Leave me alone. Corridor. The corridor. It's really funny because I have an American friend that always used to pick me up on the way I'd say corridor. You little shit, Gus.
Okay, so were you shot when you were alone?
Yes.
All right, hold on.
Yeah. What happened to his fish? He doesn't always carry his fish. I think a few of the animals have like toys and stuff they hold in their mouth, but they don't carry it around with them all the time. Just sometimes. Oh, shiver. You'll get no promotion this side of the ocean. Rub my lights by some more. We're gonna hang out the washing on the secret line. You any dirty washing, mother dear. We're gonna hang out the washing on the secret line, 'cause the washing day is here. Whether the weather may be wet or fine, lob along without a care. She's a hoe? That's hilarious. I gotta dip. Have a good stream. We'll talk soon. Okay, love. Appreciate you. Mwah. My legs. Sorry. My legs. I'm just trying to get comfy. Hang out the washing on the secret line.
Hello.
Hello.
Only one door's unlocked.
Love along without a care. Hang out the washing on the secret line. Secret line still there. Kiss me goodnight, Sergeant Major. Tuck me in my little wooden bed.
Okay, I think. Wow. I think that might be all I need.
Yeah, like, not, like, obviously I'm just saying this now for you. But when she disappeared, like, I could not see anybody. I didn't see anybody in front of me. Nobody could possibly behind me. My back was against a wall. Because Allison's door was, like, at the end of a corridor, so it was just hers, like, closed off. And that's when the door swung open. Allison came out, pointed the gun at me, which was my gun, and then shot me. And then even after the fact, like, even after that had happened, they still were rushing around screaming, Brandi just shot someone. So I had to listen to it. I had to listen to them screaming that I had done something wrong, that I had done something bad, as I'm laying on the floor fucking bleeding out, and they just ignored me. They didn't do anything. The only person that actually took notice of me and then, you know, gave medical, or at least attempted to, was Miss Baker. Because she arrived, like, when she arrived, which was later on, like, she arrived, like, I would say at least a minute after, and that's when I was given medical. But, like, for the most part, they just left me alone. They just left me. Because they were saying that I had done something bad. I guess, like, their defense will probably be that they thought I was Molly, so they just left me to bleed out on the floor. Like, I'm gonna be so honest with you, Franklin. A lot of their defense is likely gonna be that they thought I was Molly. And that
That's
the
not a good
identity
defense.
wasn't clear. I know
They
it
left you
isn't, but I
alone.
can...
If they
I
had
know.
not left you alone, that would be one thing. It'd be like, sure, they still have a responsibility for scene control, right? So cuffing everybody,
Yeah.
which is why often victims are cuffed while things are being investigated.
Mhm.
But the fact she left you alone is insane.
Yeah, she left me handcuffed down the hallway. And Brandi, or, you know, Allison, dressed as me, was left unhandcuffed in the room. I guess in her mind, she went in the room, saw who she thought was me, and just assumed, like, oh, okay, she's fine. I'll leave her there. I'll go and get my senior officers. And so she dipped. But, you know, the trouble with that is it wasn't me. I guess she thought that she had secured everything because, you know, Brandi was the victim, and Brandi was sat on the floor, you know, not knowing that it was Allison and she had my gun. I know it's a really stupid defense, that you know, it's ridiculous, but I'm just saying I can imagine that's likely the angle that they're gonna try and play.
Yeah, we covered that pretty well in the closing. That despite like the fact that it may have been confusing, you know, number one, if they thought you were Bentley and you were restrained, why wouldn't they immediately go back in to treat you or check on you or restrain you?
Yeah.
Number two, why would she re-breach after a person with a gun went back into the apartment if she was worried about that? Like, what prevented her from going back into that apartment?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is bad for them.
It was really, like, I remember laying on the floor and being like, oh my god, Brandi just came out of the room and shot somebody. Because she just walked, like, Allison literally just waltzed back into the room and sat herself down. Like, I watched her go back into that room and just shut the door like nothing had happened. And then I heard them screaming, saying, oh my god, Brandi just shot somebody. And then they were running around screaming, what floor are you on? Comms, comms. Even when they did eventually, like, realize, there were still only 3 officers. One of which was on an entirely different floor. Like, this is why part of me feels guilty, because it's like, well, I understand that it was really confusing, and I understand that it was confusing, and I understand that mistakes happen and people are human and stuff. Like, I truly understand that. But I just think it's so wrong what happened. Like, they have a duty of care and they let me down.
Okay, let's get
See
to
you guys
court.
at court.
Bye.
You need a ride, or you want to take your car?
I'll take my can I come with you?
Yes, of course you can.
I only wore heels because if I want to gouge out somebody's eye, I can. Let me check I locked my car. Oh my god, good girl.
I wish I had a cool car like that.
Hey, I like your minivan.
Did Gussie go to sleep?
Think
He's just
so.
taking a quick nap.
Okay.
Little sleepy boy.
Would you mind? He had a bit
Yeah, we
of
can.
a
Yeah, we can
headache.
wait for him.
Thank
That's
you.
okay. See you
You
up
gonna drive
top.
us there?
No. I'm scared.
Okay. It'll be all right.
I feel bad.
Should be pretty simple and straightforward. Don't feel bad. Like you said, you understand that people are human and make mistakes, but that doesn't mean that those mistakes shouldn't be rectified, right?
Yeah.
Plus, what would happen if this happened to somebody else, right? If this goes unchecked or unchallenged and somebody else is left alone and that then they're hurt because of that. This is
Yeah.
something that should definitely be acknowledged and dealt with. For the
It
sake
just
of
kind of
others, if
scares
not
me.
theirs.
I mean, yeah, but like, it scares me when I think about it because the fact that they left me too, like, because they thought I was her. Like, I could have died. I could have died.
Yeah.
Because by the time that Brooklyn knelt down and actually started to try and stem the bleeding, I was already choking on my blood. I thought I was gonna die. Even at that point, nobody even listened to me, Franklin. I tried so many times to tell everybody on scene that it was me, that it wasn't her. And they ignored me, and it wasn't until I finally got Brooklyn to listen to me and I said, Brooklyn, it's me. And then she realized and got on radio immediately and was like, oh my god, it's Brandi. I'm just tired of having my voice taken from me.
I can't imagine.
These fucking sirens.
Yeah. I don't like them either.
Why are you limping?
I'm always limping.
Yeah. Doesn't mean I like it though. I worry.
Don't worry.
I always worry. It's my job.
I honestly can't remember why I'm limping at this point. I've been beaten and battered so many times.
Yeah. I appreciate you. I hope you know that.
I know that. I appreciate you too.
Bryce asked me who my lawyer is, so I said, oh, it's Franklin. He was like, oh, you'll be good then. I was like, uh-huh.
Yeah, I like Bryce too. Even though he kissed me.
What?
Oh yeah, you didn't hear about that?
Let me text him.
Yeah, he kept saying that I had drowned and that he needed to give me CPR, and I was very openly and verbally saying I'm not drowned, I'm not drowned, and then he kissed me in front of Mercy.
It's okay. I just texted him, say, why'd you kiss Franklin?
I think I know why, but counseling has been a little awkward since then. It's always picking me up with Mercy and kidnapping me and going on adventures and shit.
Adventures are good. Shenanigans are good. He means well.
Yeah, I know. I have fun with them.
Hmm? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Hi, lovely. Welcome in. Really nervous. What if people are mean to me? What if somebody yells at me? Brandy's like, I
How's it
don't
going,
wanna be
Franklin?
yelled at.
Hey, nice to see you.
Franklin,
Yeah,
what if somebody's mean to me? What if somebody yells at me?
I will make sure to object to that and make sure they are duly dealt with.
Bryce says he drowned and I gave him CPR and saved his life. He's obsessed with me.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that last statement definitely shows how his angle on this.
This is very Bryce.
Yeah. Obsessed. He calls me every time I'm around. He's like, "Where are you? I'm kidnapping you." Him and Mercy kidnapped me at gunpoint the other day.
Jesus!
Yeah, the kid kidnapped me at gunpoint, took me back to their condo, and made me pet a bunch of animals.
What?
So this would be good for you. Do it.
I mean, animals are
Hey,
good
Patrick,
for people.
we'll be inside. I agree. I had fun.
Oh.
And I'm not a stranger to being kidnapped, so.
No.
Hello, your honors.
Hi, your honors.
Hello.
Hello. Oh wait, my mute.
Kelly, you stepping in for Nikki?
If I have to, unless Aaron's gonna do it, and or if till he gets here.
He's gonna be like 15 minutes late. I'm gonna see. I don't know if you're okay with it. Do you want to do like openings and then we wait till he waddles his ass in here?
Sure.
As I have his
Oh, yeah, I
opening.
gotta stand here,
Slack on my
haven't I?
doctor.
I don't know if I'm supposed to.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
about
just gonna
that.
go over here.
Mm-hmm. Then no.
All right, it's fine. Hey, my problem.
Hi, Mr. Aaron.
Hello.
Miss Brandi, how we doing?
Here to
I'm
read
shit
reports.
scared. I want to throw up.
Yeah, court's never easy. I'm afraid.
Oh, good. I just texted you. Yeah, Gus is out.
Yeah, we're gonna go pick him up. Yeah, he was really sleepy, so we'll pick
Appreciate
him up.
you guys.
Holy
as,
shit! You're
traffic
actually
goes.
made it on time. I'm shocked.
Oh, hey, Nikki.
Yeah,
I wanted to add a sweater for you.
Hi, baby
So
girl.
I don't have to
Hi,
read it
baby.
out for you, unless you want me to read it for you. But give me. If you want to
You
read
know
it,
that meme
I
where the
mean, it's
kid's like,
okay,
Mom,
but
I
if
frued
you-
up.
if you want me to read it
Mom,
for
I
you, just give
frued
me
up.
$20.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. It's fine.
We got this.
I love you, baby.
I love you too.
I can't do advertising in a government building. I would do that.
Long time no see.
Do I look okay?
Hello, Brooklyn. How are
I
you?
tried to look smart.
Hi,
You're
Bryce.
wearing shoes.
Hello.
Look at you.
I know. I hate
You
it.
locked it in.
It feels
I know.
weird.
I know. You can just take them off. You can slip them off.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick them so far when this is done.
She
I'm not
looks
on duty.
lovely.
You should be on duty. You should get paid for this.
No, I haven't been on duty in months, so it's pointless. I'm on reserve, so there's no point in being on duty.
Is
I've
everybody
been out of town
coming?
for like a month.
I know
Hope
Kiki
you had a good
and
vacation.
Maisie are coming.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's what you want to call
I
it.
want to say
Sure.
Indy and Thomas. I saw them, but I don't know because Indy's not feeling 100%. So it depends on how she's feeling. I'm thinking. So okay.
Okay.
I love you. I'll be
I
right
love
here.
you too.
Brandy,
Hi.
is Colt gonna be here or no?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay.
I know I'm sad about it too.
Yell at him, don't worry.
Sorry Franklin.
Oh my god.
I'm okay.
Sorry, I had ants in my
That's all right.
pants.
It's all
My,
good
my
over
wife
here.
hits much harder. You're okay.
Dr. Chatterer is here to save the
I'm
day.
so sorry.
Thank you.
I'm surprised I don't see any other injuries on you.
Valid.
That's
What does that mean? What is that supposed
I don't
to
know. He's
mean?
walked in before, like I have 3 bullets in me. He just sees bleeding or his arm's
You know
just
what?
completely
Oh my God.
broken.
Hey, before everybody starts, hypothetical question. Read what's on the board and share your opinion.
Do it.
No.
Do
No.
it.
Your Honor, I don't want to have to deal with the dozens of ensuing court cases that would probably come out of that.
100%.
If I get called by my client because he gets shot and I have to represent him in a lawsuit because he got shot by a bunch of psychos, I'm not only going to be mad at him for being stupid, I'm going to be mad at you for deleting it.
It'd be funny. Do it.
There's also
That is
that.
true. It would be funny.
That
Yeah.
would be a good
Hello,
bit.
ma'am.
Oh,
You
yeah, all
might
my
as well
shit's
be
in-
calling
all my
martial
shit's
law,
in
Your
pounded
Honor.
already.
I have food for you.
Thank you.
Maybe you could do it for like 10 minutes.
Like there would be a lot of
You want
murders.
tea or
Go
coffee?
park in a garage.
Oh, coffee, please.
Counterpoint. Can we delete
Yep.
state versus pantalones for the same
Thank
24
you.
hours?
Hmm.
No, but if we delete state,
Hi,
I
Miss
need that garage
Easy.
by Pink Cage.
Hi,
to work
Easy.
already.
Number 2, hey, old man in the back, come
Hi.
here.
Hi.
I don't know
Who's
your name.
quitting over toe code?
How do you know he's old? He's just
I
great.
think that's Brian.
Is that me? Yes, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
That's you.
Yes, Your Honor.
We are very clearly talking about you. Come,
Yes, love.
don't love me.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Tennis.
Together,
jeez.
like if we had a kid or something.
All right, come to the middle.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
All right.
Oh, he's announcing
Hey,
so
if you
loudly.
yeah, if everybody takes a look at him, does he not look like if Carl Metzger and Raymond had, I don't know,
Then
When I
yes.
walked,
bean machine employee.
Screw and Duke
the child
Wellington,
of
Your
Carl
Honor.
Metzger.
100%.
Carl Metzger
when
and
I walked in, I thought it was
I've never
Metzger
met
because I haven't seen
Metzger,
him in
so
a
I
while.
don't
What
know.
does Metzger look like?
Brian, why are you
they
wearing
were
socks and
aged,
sandals?
yes.
Brian, where are your shoes?
How does Carl
Brian,
Metzger look
put
like?
on
Good
those
question.
shoes. I
Can't
mean,
get
yeah,
this man
put up a
ejected.
picture of Metzger.
Needs a
Whoa.
bow tie.
He's got the
Overruled.
Metzger hair.
Hold on.
I haven't
hold on,
seen
I
Metzger
got
in
you.
like 9 months. I thought it was him.
100% the Metzger hair.
Yes, love.
you are not allowed to work the bean I could see the Mon tag in like maybe 40 years.
Oh, that's all right. I quit then, love.
Okay. Goodbye. I'll delete you from the group chat.
All
Oh.
right,
This
darling.
is Carl Metzger. Now,
Oh,
hold
I've
on a
seen
minute. This is an outdated photo of Carl Metzger. Carl Metzger has gone considerably more gray.
Oh, like he still has the
has
hair
he?
though.
Can
Yeah,
I
he was
say
around
something, Your
yesterday
Honor?
for the conference.
Sure.
Oh, I see it now.
How do you not know I am him already and I'm just in disguise?
Same
He
person
is
in
him?
the co-op right now, Brian.
Uh-oh.
No, no, no.
Good answer.
This dude is
No.
gonna oopsie his way into a felony.
I'm already
No,
overwhelmed.
no,
Just
no.
a small
I'm gonna
one.
keep my mouth shut because
He's
I
trying
know
to do
better.
a bit.
Within 5
turns
seconds, I'm
back
proud
on
of you,
him.
buddy.
Yep.
Kiki looks so
I know when
good.
to pick my battles, Your Honor. I ain't pitting a battle with you.
Oh, see.
I see he didn't pick a battle with shoelaces
You know
either.
what? Very, very brave, but also what Kelly said. Oh, my drink's reaching. Oh, it's a cap.
She will beat you.
Oh, I apologize.
We'll meet
Alright, am I dismissed, Your Honor?
Pussy.
somewhere
Thank you.
Andy, you're 2.5 hours early.
Oh no, I'm here for this one too, Your Honor. I'm just showing
Oh,
support.
wait, you're here too.
Well, I mean,
Hi,
I don't
Grandpa.
have to be here. I'm just showing support. Hello, Brandy.
Hello, love.
Hello.
Okay, I feel bad for this side, so I'm gonna stand on this side because everybody else is over there.
I'm gonna stand upstairs so as to not die.
Oh,
Yeah, same.
oh.
Also, our bailiff over there also got restructured. I just wanted to let everyone know.
Restructured? Oh
You
my
bailiff
God.
what?
Did you get like a
Got
new
hit by
rank
the
or something?
LSPD restructure.
That's
I
for
think
both
She used to
of
be
you.
a
Honey.
corporal.
Mhm.
She's just a
was a
regular
sergeant.
officer now.
She's a senior now.
Senior. Never
You know
mind.
what I should have done? I should have worn
She
jeans
was a
and just
sergeant.
like full
Monday!
denimed it out.
Huh?
Monday?
No.
The LSPD restructured our bailiff.
Yeah, they restructured everybody, including the bailiff.
What did the bailiff do to get restructured?
Our staff sergeants are now just staff senior officers who sell goods.
I mean,
Huh.
Yeah, everybody caught one.
Hi, Grandpa.
No one's safe.
hi, sweetheart.
Alrighty. Oh my god, look at the time. It's 5 p.m. Eastern. This is Brandi Miller v. LSSD et al. Case number 47832 on the civil docket. This is for a docket that was posted on the 25th of March. Yep, 25th of March, guys. We're finally here. Woo!
Woo!
All right, statement of claim reads as follows. March 2nd, holy fucking shit.
You're welcome.
March 2nd, 2025. Plaintiff Brandi Miller was the victim of a kidnapping committed by Alison Bentley. During the investigation into plaintiff Brandi's whereabouts, Brandi Miller and Alison Bentley were discovered on the 16th floor of the Infinity Apartments in room 1609. While executing a raid of the room, plaintiff Brandi Miller was tackled, cuffed, and left in the hallway outside of room 1609 in restraints, unable to defend herself. Meanwhile, Alison Bentley was left armed, dangerous, and unrestrained within apartment 1609 while officers cleared separate floors, leaving plaintiff Brandi Miller alone in the hallway outside of the room. Alison Bentley then took the opportunity given to her by officers to walk out of room 1609, shoot plaintiff Brandi Miller in the head with the plaintiff's own legal firearm, and casually walked back into room 1609. We, the defense, feel that officers on scene were grossly negligent in their actions, failing to properly secure suspects and the scene itself, which provided Alison Bentley with the means to cause significant and life-altering harm to plaintiff Brandi Miller, which resulted in massive blood loss, a heart attack, and the plaintiff to be placed on life support for 13 days. Due to the severity of the negligence of officers' actions in this incident, we are seeking significant punitive damages to the amount of $70,000, damages in pain and suffering to the amount of $15,000, damages in mental anguish to the amount of $10,000, and damages in legal fees to the amount of $2,500. We will also be seeking damages in the form of loss of wages, which were suffered by my client, the amount of which shall be determined upon subpoena of her financial records. All right, I guess, hey, it's been 2 fucking months. Let's see who is here and who isn't. Is everyone here who needs to be here? Let's start with that. Brandi's here. Hello, Brandi.
Hello.
All right, you got your lawyer here. Hey, Franklin.
Sup, Your Honor.
And then defendants, you got Alice Meyer.
Hello.
That's you. Ashley Lockhart.
Aloha.
And Brooklyn Price.
Hello.
All right, and then you got your lawyers for Sarah Swift.
got this.
Everyone's here. Okay, that's good. Witnesses for the plaintiff Amber Grace, or is it Amber Grace? Hold on, because there was a motion late last night that I guess we need to talk about. Franklin, go ahead. We're gonna just throw it straight to you. You did a motion at the, I would say the 11th hour, but it's more the 23rd hour and 50th minute.
Yeah, Your Honor. I motion to add a doctor to the case in order to establish the medical report, albeit an hour after the motion's closed. Not going to make excuses. That's my bad. I got a lot on the plate right now. But this is pretty common for any case which there is relevant medical reports that need to be spoken about by a doctor. I believe that the defense's counsel should have been prepared at any point in this case to address the medical report. That relying on me to forget to add a doctor to this docket is on them and not myself, Your Honor. As well, I will mention that we do have Patrick January here because I have been in talks with Miss Amber, and she has relayed to me that she may or may not be able to make it at an hour after we start. So I have Patrick here preemptively just in case we need to switch doctors.
Hi.
Hello, Patrick. Hey, Patrick. All right, defense. All right, let's
Yeah,
just
that's
do
not
this.
great
Hey,
thing to say.
Plaintiff defense, are either of you actually contesting like what's it called? What happened, as in the injuries?
That
and, like,
could
the
literally
severity of these
happen.
injuries, or the medical, or the medical stuff. Are those stuff that are being contested here today?
Okay. Right here.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not we're not contesting the findings of the medical
Hi.
report, but we are obviously, because it's our job, we're contesting the rhetoric as to the injuries sustained and where they came from.
So who actually caused the injuries, where the injuries came from? That's what you're contesting. You're not actually contesting the fact that Brandi Miller got all of these injuries
Allison
and the
could show
treatment
up.
afterwards and the
Yeah.
resulting impact. You're not
There you
actually
go. Thank you,
contesting
Bunny.
We're not contesting that, no.
All right. So it would do the court a very big favor to at least have a doctor come up to testify to whatever the fuck this means. I don't know. There's a lot of numbers here. I don't know what this means. So yeah,
Yeah.
say that again. Yeah, petty.
Yeah, petticoat.
Petticoat. Yeah. So hey, bad form plaintiff, get your witnesses in time next time. But I guess nobody's contesting the findings of the report and all of that is what's it called? In the interest of the court to actually understand what they're looking at, because I'm looking at all these codes and I don't know what that means. So I'm going to allow the witness to be
I
added,
shouldn't have
or
made the
a
joke,
doctor expert
breathe.
witness to be
Oh,
added. Is Amber? You said Amber?
Kiki.
Is Amber here or no? Franklin,
Ah!
is Amber here?
No, but Patrick is.
All right, cool. Patrick, you're up. Congrats.
Yay.
Okay, I guess we can open the floor to any any last-minute pre-trial motions that haven't made it to the docket. Starting with the plaintiff.
No motions from the plaintiff's party, Your Honor.
Defense.
Yay, nay. Am I
God,
good to
there's
go up
so
there?
many people showing up.
Okay. I got one. It will be for motion to dismiss for failure to display a claim upon which relief can be granted, specifically for Brooklyn Price. My explanation is very quite simple. My client has been documented even by the officers, in fact, that they were not present during the shooting. They were at the building.
Oh, Dev
Sure,
is here.
they were not on the same floor. The shooting did not take place. The breach was not in the presence of my client. The apprehension of what they believed to be Allison Bentley did not happen in the presence of my client, nor did Brandi Lee being shot happen in the presence of my client. Claiming for her police procedures, her clearing floors, saying that she has anything to do with this as far as her mental anguish or gross negligence is a false representation of anything. And I think that she specifically should be dismissed from this case.
Okay. Before we hand it to the plaintiff, hi. So this docket was placed on the 25th of March. This was when your client was added as a defendant. You entered on this March 30th. Why from March 30th up until, I don't know, when the motions deadline closed yesterday, did we not get a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim?
Two reasons. Humphrey took 5 years to respond to motions, and things weren't really going at a very small pace, and he also dismissed himself as a judge. So it took approximately like a month and a half for a judge to re-enter. There was no point of doing that, and because you did that, I knew that was probably going to be a very quick and reasonable time for you to say, hey, just get this going, because it's been 2 months. Sure, I could have put it on there, and I apologize in advance. Obviously, we can all say in retrospect, yeah, we could have done that. I think the circumstances of why this docket has been taking so long, I mean, I didn't really feel like it would have even got replied to begin with.
Whilst I can't talk about how former Magistrate Judge Pennyworth handled this docket, which not good.
I don't know if I can.
There we go. That's spoiler.
You can do it, baby girl.
Hi. I mean, I entered on this case 5 days. I entered on this case May 3rd. Scheduled it 5 days later.
If you're worried about the door,
Yeah, a little over 5 days. 5 days
all
later,
these people that are here.
even with a new judge who took over the case, he still had 4 days to put this motion to dismiss.
Okay.
We are all here now. Instead of taking the 10-15 minutes to go through all of these reports and then see, okay, cool, is there an actual claim against defendant Price? We are all here now. We're going to just have the court case. Your motion's denied.
Thank you.
What I would say is, in future, hey, even whilst there is no judge on the case, you can still file motions and all the. Oh, that's a lot of beeps. Ooh. Yeah. Even if there's no judge on the case, you can still file motions, and the presiding judge, whoever they may be, eventually will pick it up and will review previous motions. So if
I
you
love that
believe,
Deck
if
is
you
standing
honestly
back
believe
there with
and you
his
take a
arms in
case
front of
that
him.
there was no
Like,
claim
his arms
against
in front of him.
your client upon
It's
which
a lot
relief
of
may be
boobs.
paid or relief may be granted
Free
or
bucket,
awarded,
bro.
you put a motion to dismiss as soon as possible, and when a judge eventually enters, they will take a look at that motion and decide whether there is standing for the plaintiff to be suing your
Jeffy
client.
said he'll be there soon.
That's for next time. But for now, everybody's here. We're going to continue on with the case. Any further motions, defense?
I love Decker. He's a good bean. We love him.
Anything, Nikki?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Opening statement, starting with the plaintiff.
Your Honor, members of the Los Santos City Courthouse, today we are here to discuss and divulge the extreme negligence by officers who were involved in an incident at the Infinity Apartments between Allison Bentley and my client, Brandi Miller. On March 2nd, Brandi Miller was the victim of a kidnapping committed by Allison Bentley. In their search for my client, officers located the two individuals within Infinity Apartment Room 1609. Reaching the apartment, my client Brandi Miller was tackled, cuffed, and left alone directly outside of room 1609 in a vulnerable state. Allison Bentley, who had not been searched or restrained at this time, stepped out into the hallway and shot my client Brandi Miller, causing her grave injuries. We, the defense, argue that the results of these actions are in large part due to the officers involved in this incident. It will show through questioning that not only could this shooting been prevented, but that the results of the shooting due to officer oversight were foreseeable. For your time and your due consideration in the matter here today.
Okay, defense. Actually, wait, hold on. This is a split. I guess this is split, right? So, like, Fasar's only representing Pride. Are you guys gonna do 2 openings? What's happening?
My opening's gonna be like extremely brief. He's gonna have the big chunky one that he'll talk to you about. So.
All right. Vicky with his big chunky opening.
I hated that.
Hate this.
That's the first time Franklin said that about me.
Hey.
Your Honor, people of the courts, the matter we're hearing today is an absolute travesty. Miss Miller was captured by a deranged individual who physically and emotionally tortured her for an extended period of time. This sicko went so far as to dress her up as her captor and forced her to charge at an officer with a knife out in hopes for the police to shoot Brandi in the head, by her own admission. Through sheer luck, Brandi was apprehended without the use of deadly force, against the expectations of Allison Bentley. And now, Miss Miller is suing the very same officers who spent weeks prior warning her not to trust strangers and who performed the rescue operation to get her out of the grasp of a lunatic. Her claims indicate that they are culpable for the injuries she sustained, none of which were imposed by said officers. Through testimony, the defense will prove that officers acted in good faith to try to save Brandi Miller's life, and that a series of split-second decisions which were made did exactly that.
Small boy opening.
It's not my fault.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, your honors, esteemed members of the Los Santos City Courthouse, thank you for all being here. We appreciate your time. I don't want to drag this on very much because Miss Price has a very minimal role to play in this unraveling ordeal that happened at the Blockatomi Towers on that fateful day. My client was simply going about her business, responding to a call which they believed that Allison Bentley was holding Miss Brandi Lee against her will inside of the Blockatomi Towers, and cleared rooms one by one, attempting to locate her, attempting to apprehend the suspect, putting her in such peril danger. Not to be redundant to my colleague, Mr. Swift, multiple warnings were issued to this woman, stating how not to trust strangers and how not to get with the wrong crowd. While attempting to do this, she swept floor by floor without much noise, without much sudden movement, until some sudden movements and a cry for help was heard without the presence of my client, Miss Price. Clear was conducted, an apprehension was made, and a shooting, all while that she was not present. In fact, she was several floors above when the incident happened. Saying that my client's actions were negligent in this matter is just ignoring the fact that she was just not there. We can all say, you shoulda, coulda, woulda. The day she was clearly trying to execute her job in a safe, cohesive manner without trying to jeopardize the lives of not only the two individuals inside there, but also the public, as we are in the Blockatomi Towers, a very public area where people live and go about their days in the mornings. Show that she has no relevance to this case and should be found not liable of any financial damages. Thank you.
Alrighty. We'll move to the plaintiff. Plaintiff, you can either call a witness or highlight evidence.
All right, one moment, Your Honor.
I could do it. It's okay.
Okay. We call plaintiff Brandi Miller to the stand.
Alrighty. Raise your hand.
Does it matter which one?
Whichever hand you prefer.
Hold on, let me sit right. There we go.
Raise your hand. Alright, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Occam Saber?
I absolutely do.
Alrighty. Witness has been sworn in. Don't lie, Bundy's watching.
Could you state your full name and occupation for the record?
My name is Brandi Miller, and I am a veterinary assistant.
Ow! Sorry about that. Carry on.
I love hookups.
Do you recall the incident which occurred on March 2nd between yourself and an individual named Allison Bentley?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you describe for the courts what happened between yourself and Miss Bentley on that date?
I was tortured and beaten, tied up. I was used for her to make a tape, which she announced was her artwork. All manner of cruel things. And most of that took place within her apartment.
Did Miss Bentley take you anywhere?
We met hiking, but after the initial hike, she took me back to her apartment, and that's where the majority of everything occurred.
Did the police ever locate you at this apartment?
Eventually.
And upon first locating you, what occurred?
We heard sirens, I was tied up my arms and my legs. I had been rested against like a kitchen cabinet. And upon hearing the sirens, Allison told me that I needed to get up and to move into the lounge with her. She cut me free and tied a knife into my hand and told me that if I was found and if anybody came through that door that I was to run at them. To which I said to her, if I do that, they're gonna shoot me and I'm gonna die. And she said that I was already dead, so it didn't matter.
When did you first spot officers?
Only when they breached. And there was one officer, it was only one, by herself when she breached.
Do you know which officer this was?
Ashley.
Could you point to them in this courtroom? And upon Ashley breaching the apartment, what happened?
I hesitated. And then I did what I was told. And I ran towards her. I managed to get past her. I figured that if I ran out the door and if I got past her that I would be able to explain what was happening. She came out of the room behind me and tackled me. And when she tackled me and was placing me in handcuffs, I said, please, please, it's me, it's Brandi. But at the time, there was a lot of commotion. She was by herself, but I could hear her talking on her radio. And when I was handcuffed, she briefly went back into the room and then walked out of the room and walked away from me. And then I didn't see anybody.
Do you recall what she said into her radio?
I believe it was something to the effect of, where are you? Because she was trying to explain where she was and say what floor she was on, because they were having trouble communicating with one another.
Was there any other officer with you aside from
No.
Ashley Lockhart?
No, I was by myself. It was just me.
Were you ever left alone?
Objection Axon answered.
Hold on. That question in and of itself was not asked and answered, but I mean, we have what answer. Yes, the answer to his question is probably in the testimony somewhere that she's already testified to, but that question in and of itself, was there anybody, were you ever left alone, was not asked. So overruled. Can you repeat the question?
Were you ever left alone, Miss Brandi?
Yes, I was left alone.
Did you see where Miss Lockhart ran off to?
She ran off down the hallway. I believe she was trying to locate where her fellow officers were. I don't remember whether she went up a floor or down, but I know that she ran either up or down a set of stairs.
Did anything of note occur while you were left alone?
Yeah. When she ran away from me. I'm sorry. When she ran away from me, the door to the apartment opened and Allison walked out and shot me with my own gun and then disappeared back inside of the room.
Before the shooting occurred, did you ever see Miss Bentley restrained at any point?
No. She wasn't even talked to.
Do you know where Miss Bentley was while you were cuffed in the hallway prior to the shooting?
She was inside of her apartment, sat on the floor.
While cuffed outside in the hallway, were you able to move?
No.
Were you still cuffed when you were shot?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall anything after being shot?
I heard a lot of commotion going on around me. I tried getting their attention. Ashley and Alice, and I believe Brooklyn as well ran into the room. And anytime somebody was passing me or was talking on the radio because they were fussing around, kept trying to say it's me, it's me, it's Brandi, but it like fell on deaf ears.
To the best of your knowledge, Miss Brandi, how much time passed between you being cuffed and Miss Bentley shooting you?
I would have to say it happened within 5 minutes.
Sustain any injuries as a result of the shooting?
I had a heart attack because of the amount of stress that my body had gone through. There was a lot of blood loss. I have a scar now on my neck from where it happened. I guess you could argue nothing lasting, but mentally, yes. But yes, I was injured. She shot me.
Were you hospitalized after the shooting?
Yeah. I I was actually pronounced dead, I'm told. It was a time of death given. And shortly after I was placed in my room, I believe I crashed again. Which led to me being placed on life support for around 2 weeks, just shy of 2 weeks, I believe.
Best of your knowledge, were you admitted to the ICU?
Yeah, I believe so.
And how long were you admitted into the ICU?
For 2 weeks.
Did any of your injuries, which resulted from the shooting in question, persist upon leaving the ICU?
I've at first I was having a lot of like mobility issues, weakness in my arms and legs. I still am very flinchy. And very like off balance and unnerved by what happened. It took a long time for me to start walking and even being able to drive my car again. Because, yeah, I guess being in bed for that long and paired with the blood loss, I don't know. I just assume that it does a lot to somebody's body.
Did you experience any stress from the shooting in question?
Yeah, a lot, and it's still ongoing. Especially with the fact that she's out there somewhere. It's all caused a lot of stress. I can't live my life normally because as soon as I hear sirens, which let's be honest, we live in a state where you will hear them frequently. Anytime I hear sirens, I flinch. And it's like I'm transported back to when it happened almost immediately. It definitely has left an impact.
Has this stress affected you in terms of your day-to-day life?
I haven't worked since. I haven't been able to work, even spending time with friends and family. I haven't been able to. I actually recently tried to take some time away. Um it's kind of done nothing because it never goes away. Like, as soon as I hear sirens, I'm panicking. As soon as I hear a door open and close, I'm looking over my shoulder constantly. I don't remember the last time I slept.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
This is the bit I dread, because I don't know what they're gonna ask.
Ms. Miller, I'm going to try to keep my questions brief because I understand this was a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes, sir.
Prior to the incident, did you have any contact from the defendants?
I did. Very brief, but I had at least spoken to them, I would say, a handful of times.
And leading up to the incident, did they make any suggestions to you about the company you should be keeping?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Rebuttal. The officers had knowledge through the active investigation that Brandi Miller was a potential target and was in contact with Allison Bentley and made every effort to make sure that Brandi was with individuals that she knew and was safe.
Offer a further rebuttal, Your Honor.
Um. You know, I'm gonna allow, but you short leash counselor.
They've knocked out Allison now.
Yeah, get to the point as soon as you can. We're not gonna let this drag on.
So, any of the defendants make any suggestions to you about keeping known company?
They did. Friends, family. Which I would like to elaborate on. That Allison had been in my life for weeks, posing as a friend and somebody that I could confide in. This wasn't random. This wasn't someone I had met once and decided to allow freely into my life. This wasn't something that happened with ease. This was somebody that posed as a friend. So I would argue that I did keep good company.
Do you inform the defendants about this new person who had popped up around the same time?
I'm going to further object, Your Honor, and I'm going to give my objection explanation for relevance. Whether or not my client found to be keeping good company has no standing on the actions of the officers involved in the scene. The defense counsel trying to posit that the victim, my plaintiff, Brandi Miller's fault for the company she keeps, is absurd.
If I may rebut, Your Honor.
I'll allow a rebuttal.
Or let's address his objection right now. The part of him saying that we can't question around that, it quote unquote absurd. I don't remember that being part of relevance. Let's get that out of the way. Number two, this witness on cross-examination testified that these individuals were having a conversation about her livelihood and her lifestyle and trying not to trust strangers in the midst of this. She went on to elaborate that this individual had been sort of coercing her or manipulating her and asking a simple question.
That is not what I said.
That to the office?
Okay, hold on. Okay, Brandi, understand that this is a very stressful time.
Sorry.
I do understand, and I know a lot of stuff being thrown around here. Let me handle it, and if you need some
Continue.
time, we'll like to take some time. Give me a second. Holy shit. Brandi, I don't want any more outbursts, all right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Continue, Counselor.
I'll previously testified that this individual was, I guess, of close association, and how essentially over time that this person was manipulating her into being her friend. And I think it's a very valid question, and definitely within the scope of the line of questioning, because she previously testified that she was having those conversations about her lifestyle and who she keeps around. Very valid question to ask if those
Bryce
things
up
relate
there.
to the officers.
Provide a further rebuttal if you need, Your Honor.
Give me a moment.
Look at Bryce.
I understand what the defense are getting at. There is an argument that could be made, but the question that was posed, that question specifically is not relevant. Whether asking the defendant whether they told the defendant
He is here.
about this new
Whole
person that
fam's
popped up
here.
into her life, that question in and of itself is not relevant. I understand the argument that they're trying to make. I understand the avenue that they want to go down. There is an avenue for you to go down to make that argument, but this isn't it. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. So during the incident, was Allison Bentley acting alone, or were there other individuals involved?
To my knowledge, Allison Bentley was acting alone. Yes.
Again, object to relevance, and I'm going to repeat my point as to why this is irrelevant. We are questioning here today in court the actions of the cops at the scene, specifically within Infinity Apartments, not the circumstances of the kidnapping, not why the kidnapping happened, or why they seem to believe it's my client's fault that she was kidnapped. This is specifically about the actions of the officers.
I would like to provide a rebuttal if necessary, Your Honor.
Not needed. Whilst I agree, whilst I agree with Councillor Starr, the underlying incident which led up to the shooting, led up to the plaintiff being in that apartment in the first place is relevant because it is the one domino that was before everything that happened. I find it to be relevant is overruled. The answer that was testified to will remain on the record. You can continue from there, Councillor Swift.
You mentioned that all of this started with a hike. Is that correct?
Me being kidnapped and tortured, yes. That is how it happened.
Were you on this hike alone with Allison Bentley?
No, I was not, but the individual that was present had nothing to do with that.
You stated in your testimony that Ashley went up or down a floor. Did you see this, or are you speculating?
I saw it.
Can you describe how you saw it?
I was stood in the corridor that leads to where the stairs are.
You saw
At
her
the
run
end-
into the stairwell?
At the end of the corridor in the apartments, yes, there is a stairs. I could see whether somebody went down or went up.
Before you continue, this is just for the record and just for my sake. This is all after she had already cuffed you, right?
Yes.
Continue.
So you testified that you believe you said, "Please, please, I'm Brandi" to the officers. Is that correct?
Yes, several times.
You're certain that those were your words verbatim?
Yes, sir, I am certain.
How much time elapsed between the point where officers breached the door and you ran at the officers?
I would say no more than 2 minutes. There was some hesitation. Ashley was trying to call for backup, but backup never came, and she further pushed into the apartment. Alone.
During those 2 minutes, did Ashley have her weapon out?
She did, yes. She had her gun. But then she put
Okay,
it
and
down.
at that point, did Allison Bentley have a gun pointed at you?
No.
Were you afraid that Allison Bentley, who didn't have a gun out, was going to shoot you?
Allison told
relevance, Your Honor.
I will.
Uh,
I can provide a rebuttal if necessary, Your Honor.
Well, it's the same thing I've been repeating this whole time, essentially, Your Honor. The objection, rather.
Alrighty. First of all, Brandi, do we give a couple seconds between the councillors asking a question just to allow the opportunity for objections?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm nervous.
As for the objection on the floor for relevance, I'll hear a rebuttal.
Sure. This is purely a question based around the conjecture of when she was leaving and being apprehended. Providing additional details to say that there was no imminent peril of danger at that point up until she got shot, and the overall handling and care of the individual who was running towards them. That it's, again, he's claiming that it was for the previous objections that were trying to pin this on her and essentially victim blaming. That's not true. There's a thing in this courtroom called timelines, and I believe plaintiff's counsel is just meaningly forgetting about that all of a sudden.
May I rebut, Your Honor?
I don't need to hear a rebuttal. I'm going to overrule, but based on what she has already testified to, I think I already know what the answer is going to be. Seeing that she already said, hey, earlier on, before the cops even breached the property, about how Brandi got told to run at the officers, and then she responded to Allison saying, if I do that, they're gonna shoot me and I'm going to die. And Allison's response being that she was already dead. I think I know the answer is going to be anyway, but yeah, we'll overrule it. Defense, you can ask your question.
At that point where an officer had their firearm out and Allison Bentley did not, did you feel you were threatened in that moment by Allison Bentley more so than the officer?
That was not the question that you asked.
I don't remember the exact wording of the question I asked. It's been a little bit.
I'll ask it. Hey, Brandi, were you afraid that Allison Bentley, who didn't have a gun out, was going to shoot you?
Yes. Yes,
During
I was.
this. Okay, sorry.
I was going to say yes, I was, because as I have already stated, she had threatened me already prior to the cops' arrival that she would kill me if I didn't do what she said.
So in this up to 2-minute period, did you try to communicate anything to the officer who had breached?
No, sir, I did not. I couldn't because the officer kept going in and out of the room. I'm talking on their radio.
Okay. And did you sustain any injuries via torture prior to being put into cuffs?
Yes, sir, I did.
After you were put into cuffs, you said that you were shot. Do you remember where you were shot in particular?
In my neck. It nicked an artery.
And then I believe in your testimony, you said that officers had arrived shortly after and apprehended Allison Bentley. Did officers provide any triage?
Not immediately, no. They were screaming how Brandi just shot somebody.
pass it over to Aaron for a little bit.
Keep it brief. Just for timeline's purposes, Miss Lee, when you were exiting the apartment room when the officer's breaching cleared, isn't it true that you weren't just running out, and in fact you were wielding a knife?
Yes, sir, I was. Also, it's Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you got it.
Hello, Bryce. Yep.
Hi, Dad.
Exiting this apartment room, would you say you were going at a high rate of speed?
No, I would not. It was a very short distance, so I would say not even really the pace of a jog. More like a hurried stagger.
On direct examination, told us when the shooting originally occurred and you were knocked to the ground from the bullet. So, Ashley Lockhart, what was it? Is it Alice Meyer? I'm sorry. Checking MBW, yeah. So let me rephrase the question. You previously told me on direct examination that after the shooting occurred and you were knocked to the ground because of it, saw Alice Meyer, Ashley Lockhart, and quote, you believe Brooklyn Price to enter the room. Are you not sure that Brooklyn Price actually entered the room instead of tending to you?
I am sure that she at least walked into the room and came back out, but I will confirm that Brooklyn was the one that eventually gave me treatment.
Would you say, did this eventually happen for her to administer medical attention?
Could you repeat the question, please, sir?
Absolutely. Mention that she eventually, as in Brooklyn Price, administered medical attention. How long was this eventually?
I would say probably around a minute or two after she had arrived.
Let me confirm with my co-counsel.
Ugh, my nose is running.
I'm
That
not
was
really
so
going to question her
funny.
too much on it. I mean, I think we're...
Just, you don't need to share us your trial strategy.
It's not really like, yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I just want everybody to hear it. But I was also whispering. How the hell did you hear me?
Are you sure you don't have the microphone?
I don't have the lapel mic.
Just a really, really loud
That
person.
was so funny though.
I guess I'm
Brandi go, actually it's Miller. And Bryce immediately just go, yeah.
Glenn?
So dumb.
I guess we're good. I guess we're good.
Alrighty. Any questions on redirect?
No questions on redirect, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Defense, are you marking the witness for recall?
Not marking this witness for recall, no.
You're not defense.
Oh, sorry. I'm defense pilled, Your Honor.
And I know. Saw Swift.
Can you not speak that
Yeah, we'll
man's
mark her for
name?
recall.
Brandi, thank you for your time. You may step down, but you're not free to go because you've been marked for recall.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Plaintiff, your next witness.
Second, Your Honor. Good.
I was
Very
really
good.
optimistic
You did excellent.
scheduling another court case 2.5 hours
Proud of
after
you,
this.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, if it runs late, Your Honor, I'll just start shouting my court case over this one. It's fine.
Brandi, no.
Do that.
Grandpa, no.
He will. He will. He will.
Grandpa, no.
Call Dr. Patrick January to the stand.
Brandi does look cute.
Jahan.
Hold on, let me turn the mic on.
I know, I love her
You swear
hair.
to tell the truth, the whole
So
truth, and
adorable.
nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Danielle?
I do.
Alrighty,
Is that
once
who
has
I
been
think
sworn
it
in.
is? It is! He came! I thought I saw him walk in. Oh my god.
Franklin, it's you.
Yeah, Your Honor. Dr. January, can you state your full name and occupation for the record?
I'm the woman in green.
Dr. January,
Aw.
or Dr. Patrick January, a forensic psychologist and trauma surgeon.
Could you express to the courts your experience in the medical field?
I started as an EMS, which I did for a year during the end of my medical school stint, and then I went straight into my residency, and I've been a doctor for over 6 years now.
Are you familiar with the medical report for Brandi Miller
I
attached to the
appreciate
incident
you.
in question here today?
You.
I am, yes.
Can you speak to the extent of injuries my client sustained in relation to her being shot?
Do you just want me to go over all the injuries, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna call for an objection calls for narrative on that one. I would just a little bit of a tighter scope of questioning, Your Honor.
May I do I even need a rebut to this, Your Honor?
I mean, hey, everybody agrees. No, we're not contesting anything. We already agreed to this at the start. We're not contesting the injuries that was sustained, as well as what's it called, the medical impact of it and everything afterwards. I think it's benefit to everybody here, especially me, seeing I've got another court case later. If we just let this testimony flow, let's just let this court case happen. And what's it called? Let's get everything let's get everything that we need from the doctor out of the way. So yeah, overall, just continue on.
I just wanted to clarify. Do you want me to go over all of them? Because
Let me go ahead and reread the question for you and then give you a further explanation of what I'm asking for. So the question is I'm asking you if you could speak to the extent of the injuries my client sustained in relation to her being shot. The injuries which I am asking about are only the ones which, in your medical and professional opinion, were a result of being shot.
Okay. So there was massive blood loss, which caused cardiac arrest. That happened multiple times during surgery and then once after in the ICU.
She ocean dumped herself.
The patient also had some brain swelling.
That was the argument that was made when the person who ocean dumped me was put on trial. They said I ocean dumped myself for attention.
Yeah, that's basically all that is from the gunshot wound.
What sort of?
Oh, I was going to say the brain swelling could lead to concussion. She was in a medically induced coma for a little bit, so we never really got a full test on that, but there was brain swelling present.
What sort of effects can the injuries you just outlined for the court have on a person?
Having their body shut down multiple times. It's just overall for their health in the near future, it's a very delicate thing. Could also cause PTSD, anxiety. Depression, things of that nature.
Can these sorts of injuries affect a person's day-to-day life?
Yeah, they would have trouble sleeping, nightmares, avoiding places, trouble connecting with people, trouble maintaining already established connections with people.
Do you know how long my client was in the ICU for?
Let me check I can tell you the exact time. This report was made at 5:50 p.m. Eastern on March 2nd, and the patient was discharged on March 15th at 6:27 p.m. So 13 days and a half an hour.
Brandi Miller prescribed any medications during her treatment?
Yes. There was multiple medications given during surgery to keep her alive. And then afterwards, she was prescribed Toradol for the pain and then Valium for anxiety.
What sort of effects can anxiety have on a person's daily life?
Mood swings, irritability, like I said before, avoidance behaviors, intrusive thoughts, intrusive memories, PTSD, and smaller things like difficulty concentrating, and forgetfulness.
Based on your professional experience, were the injuries and resulting anxiety consistent with someone who experienced a traumatic event, such as being shot while restrained?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Rebuttal if you need, Your Honor.
I don't need a rebuttal. Yeah, I mean, what's it called? Basing a professional experience where the injuries and resulting anxiety consistent with someone who experienced a traumatic event such as being shot while restrained. It's not needed. We're going to overrule it.
Let me repeat the question yes on the record. For the sake of
They already answered yes.
And final question for you, Dr. January. Is there anything within this report that stands out to you specifically?
I'm not entirely sure how many times during surgery the patient had flatlined, but I do know it says multiple times. I'm going to just count it as 2 and then the one afterwards. So the patient's body had shut down 3 times. The nervous system impact of that it's just dysfunction in the nervous system in general. That also can lead to the body's ability to relax and recover.
Dr. January, no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. January. Appreciate your time.
No problem.
I do want to ask you a little bit on the brain injury sort of thing.
Okay.
He testified to that the plaintiff sustained injuries not just from a gunshot wound from torturing. Could the brain injuries? Is it physically possible that those brain injuries could have come from the torturing from Allison Bentley and not the gunshot wound of the breach?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
Physical or emotional?
Physical.
Let me check this report very quickly. I cannot say for sure because the blunt force trauma is reported at multiple locations, and I'm not sure if one of those locations was the head.
In relation to cardiac arrest, it was previously testified to by the plaintiff that the plaintiff was in a lot of stress or hypertension before the sequence of events involving the shooting. Could that also be a precursor or a symptom of a potential cardiac arrest?
Yes, it could be.
One moment. Just going to confer with my co-counsel.
I again don't see how this is relevant. This has nothing to do with the fact that this is talking about their negligence.
Yeah, well, they're trying to mitigate on damages of pain and suffering right now. So that we're already splitting liability between the officers who allowed the shooting and Bentley, right?
Yeah.
Really too worried about this because most of what we're here today is through gross negligence or punitive.
Yeah, okay.
After January. In the medical report, there's a number of injuries that wouldn't have been caused by a gunshot wound. Could there have been blood loss from any of those?
Yes.
In your professional opinion, would someone losing a lot of blood before getting shot lead to serious complications?
Yes.
Would it be possible for that to exacerbate things?
Absolutely.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Yeah, possibly one or two. Dr. January. Between blood loss sustained from cuts prior to being shot in the neck and hitting an artery, what would you contribute to being the greater cause of cardiac arrest?
Objection to speculation.
Well, Your
We
Honor.
sort of no, don't need a rebuttal. Hey, we have a doctor who's testifying here. We believe she's a practicing doctor. They're a practicing doctor in Sama. We're able to certify their medical expertise as per the testimony provided earlier. They can provide a medical
I just
opinion
realized,
and
is
medical
that Gwen that's
conclusion
up there?
based on what is given to the witness, and this court will weigh that accordingly. Obviously, we're not going to know
Might be
100%, but having the doctor understand will go a long way towards helping us.
Cute.
So yeah, overruled.
Okay. So I'm just gonna refer to what the report itself says. In the notes, patient experienced significant blood loss due to gunshot wound to the neck impacting artery.
Perfect. No further questions. Thank you.
Is the defense marking the witness a recall?
Yay, nay, I don't think we really need to.
Oh, he's good.
Alrighty, thank you for your time. You may step down. Our next witness.
Yeah, the plaintiff's party is
Stay.
calling Officer Ashley Lockhart to the stand.
Your Honor, before we get to the questioning, my client is in the middle of something. Is there any chance we could do a brief, like, 3-minute recess?
A tight 3. So we'll allow
tight-
3 minute.
A tight 3 minutes, Your Honor.
A tight 3 minutes. Okay, well, place this court in recess until what's 3 minutes? You know what? Yeah, 8 minutes past the hour. There you go. Go like 3.5.
Your Honor.
Am I allowed to go say hi to people?
Yep.
Am I allowed to go say hi to my dad?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back. Boo!
Dude, how you feeling?
Get diabetes.
Like shit, I'm really nervous, but I wanted to come say hi.
I replaced my
Surprises went to court. Not gonna lie.
It's kind of ridiculous. If you like heard the full story,
Story, and I was listening a little bit to their defense, and it's just kind of it's just really bad that this actually went to court.
why? What do you mean? What should have happened?
I mean, they fucked up, rightfully so, but I feel like they should have settled outside of court with you and just given you whatever you were asking.
Yeah,
This
it's
doesn't see
pretty.
the light of day in court.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's good to see you though.
Good to see you too. How was your stay with Mama Concord?
It was really good, but okay, I'm gonna tell you a secret. You can't tell anybody.
Sure, we're just in the middle of this courtroom with multiple people.
Well,
walking
Jeffy's
right
kind of
past
part
us.
of it. Well, Baba Cocker told me that there's this law where you could only have a certain amount of cheese, and if you go over that, then you go to jail. And don't tell anybody, but I went so far over, dude. I've been sneaking cheese, and I'm not afraid to say it.
You gotta be quiet about it. You say that too. Okay, you're gonna
I
put
don't
you
want
in
to
the
go to
cheese
jail,
house.
Dad.
It's not.
Hi, Miss Olive.
Hey, Olive.
Nice to meet you. Girl,
Hi.
they're so inconfident. It makes me angry.
Ow.
Bad knees. I'm sorry.
You and your freaking knees.
Hi, Kiki.
They're very incompetent. Hi, guys.
Gang's all here, huh?
The fam. Oh God,
Okay.
shit. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I get it. Get it.
Listen, I'm still on edge about the cheese thing, you know.
Yeah, you gotta watch that.
I know.
Very
Wait, let me
please.
hug Winston. Hold on. Uncle Winston? Hi.
Hello. Holy shit,
I
they
love
made you
you.
wear shoes.
They didn't make me. I said I was gonna wear them because if somebody pisses me off, I'm gonna gouge their eyes out with the heel.
They made you wear shoes. You've been forced to wear shoes by the law.
Oh. Yeah, they forced me, Uncle Winston.
How dare they? Utterly tragic that they forced you to wear shoes.
Yeah. I love you. It's good to see
Love
you.
you too. What's going on?
Well, just this shit show, really.
Mhm.
It's really bad. Even Bryce just said they should have settled outside of court and just give me whatever I wanted, because this is really bad.
Yes. That's what I said on Insta.
Damn.
If your defense is you know, it's her fault for being cuffed and shot, settle out of court. You should settle out of court. That's a settle out of court.
Yeah. But honestly, isn't this so much better? Because now they're just making fools of themselves.
I mean, yeah, it's better for us, but I mean, if I was them, I would not be enjoying
Oh yeah, they
this.
hugely fucked up. I better
They
get back in.
they
I don't want to
fucked up.
get in trouble, but I love you.
Okay, love you too.
I gotta get back
about it.
inside, but love you guys.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, don't lie. Bryce is somewhere.
Bryce is in the foyer.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Plaintiff, your witness.
Prince would you know what? Never mind. Anyways, Miss Lockhart, can you state your
Say defense. Not defense. Say it. Say plaintiff. Say Franklin.
plaintiff?
There we go. All right, carry on.
Lockhart, can you state your full name and occupation for the record?
Ashley Bella Lockhart, police officer.
Ms. Lockhart, what department did you work at the time of this incident?
Del Perro Police Department.
Is this the department you currently work at?
That's correct.
Perfect. Are you aware of the incident that occurred on March 2nd involving my client, Brandi Miller?
Well aware.
Were you one of the responding officers?
Yes.
Can you describe the role of my client in this incident?
Role of your client?
Yes, I can further clarify if you need.
Yeah, I'm gonna object to, I guess, using.
Essentially, what I'm asking here, was she a victim? Was she a perpetrator? Was she a bystander?
Primary victim.
Hold on. There's an objection on the table. Are you still objecting to confusing? Now that it's clarified.
He did clarify. I'll just withdraw that.
Alrighty. Okay, you can answer the question.
Do I need to say it again?
For the record,
Yeah.
please.
Okay. Primary victim.
Did you ever locate my client in this incident?
Yes.
Where did you locate my client?
1609 Infinity Apartments, Peaceful Street.
Did you breach the apartment room 1609?
Yes, I kicked down the door.
Did other officers assist you with this original breach?
The breach of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Upon breaching the apartment, what did you see?
A woman, black mask, black hair, black beanie, black shirt, with black gloves, with a knife in her hand, who I identified as Molly based on a picture from a month ago. And then a woman sitting on the ground, pink shirt, backpack, blonde hair, sitting, looking like they're in pain, who I believe was Brandi.
Individual which was sitting, who you believed was Brandi, did you have any reason to believe that this individual was armed before the shooting?
No.
My client, who you originally identified as Allison Bentley, did you physically restrain her at any point in time?
Yes.
How did you come about restraining my client?
I was holding the doorway, gun drawn, into the apartment. How would I describe the doorway? I was at the doorway. Woman in black charged at me with a knife. I tackled her to the ground and restrained her.
To clarify for the sake of the record, by restrain, we're talking about cuffing.
I put the individual in handcuffs.
On cuffing my client, where was she left?
By the elevators in the corner.
You remained with my client the entire time that she was cuffed.
Negative.
Where did you go?
All to the left.
My client have been able to leave the scene after you cuffed her.
No. She had shackles on.
The individual who was still, one moment. The individual who was still within the Infinity Apartment, 1609, Miss Benson. Did you ever re-enter the apartment to check on this individual prior to the shooting?
No.
Fish.
Why not?
So top hat. Look
Waiting
at
for
him.
backup, possible second person, and because it was.
I'm sorry, Miss Lockhart. You were cut off right after you said, and because.
What I was gonna say.
Okay. Now, why did you wait for backup before checking on this individual prior to the shooting?
Repeat that.
Why did you wait for backup to check on this individual prior to them shooting my client, Brandi?
Because there's someone in custody, and because it's a apartment with multiple rooms. Multiple people need to breach.
Yet you stated earlier in your testimony you breached alone. Is that correct?
Down the door.
You kicked down the door? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Would it be fair to consider this breaching?
Objection leading.
Yeah, that in and of itself is leading. Sustained. Hey, whoever that's back in the mask, take it off or leave.
Miss Lockhart. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Miss Lockhart, how would you describe breaching a room?
Down the door.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever attempt to restrain Miss Benson before the shooting?
Brandi Miller? No.
No, Miss Benson.
Yeah, I had her in custody, but I thought. Yeah.
Let me just re-ask and clarify. I'm asking you if you ever attempted to restrain Miss Ashley, I'm sorry, Bentley, the individual who remained within the apartment prior to the shooting.
Give me if I. Give me.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Miss Lockhart? Make sure you keep your mouth nice and wide open before you talk.
I did not attempt to restrain the woman in the apartment.
Ever attempt to search the woman in the apartment prior to the shooting?
No.
After cuffing my client and leaving her in the hallway, what did you consider your primary responsibility?
Protecting the woman in the apartment and protecting the woman in the hallway.
You just stated under oath that your primary responsibility was to protect the woman in the hallway, i.e., my client who is cuffed. That is the case. Why did you leave my client alone?
Footsteps.
Could you repeat that, Miss Lockhart?
I heard footsteps.
A massive apartment building. You're gonna hear footsteps.
Where was Brandi stood in relation to the doors of apartment
If
1609
you are
while she was
looking
cuffed?
for Brandi, why would you just stay there and just deal with that situation? Why would you leave?
So, hallway with elevators, 2 doors.
After restraining my client, did at any point you consider
Didn't answer.
Apologies, go ahead.
It's to the apartment's left.
Would the doorway to 1609 be visible from where my client was left?
Yes.
After restraining my client and prior to the shooting, did you consider re-entering apartment 1609 at any point?
Not until backup arrived.
Why?
Because I hadn't cleared it.
To clarify, Miss Lockhart, reached and entered the apartment, but then decided at a later point not to re-enter because you had not cleared it. Is that correct?
It wasn't really turn. I was at the doorway. I put this. My body was in the cover of the doorway with my right foot sticking in.
Where were you when my client was shot?
Down the hall to the left by the staircase.
Did you see the shooting take place?
No.
Of your knowledge, after shooting my client, what did Miss Bentley do?
I saw her walking into the apartment, putting something behind her waistband.
And at what point did you re-enter this apartment and restrain Miss Bentley post her shooting my client?
Saw her enter the doorway. Ran down the hall.
At this point, had backup arrived?
Thought so.
Could you repeat that answer, Miss Lockhart?
I thought so.
Can you clarify to the courts what you mean by you thought so?
Units behind me.
To assume that backup had not arrived?
Repeat that.
Are we to assume that backup had not arrived at the time that you re-entered to arrest Miss Bentley?
Objection calls for speculation.
Let me just withdraw the question, Your Honor, and I can re-ask it in a different format.
All right.
So, to clarify, Miss Lockhart, upon re-entering that room, post Miss Bentley shooting my client, had backup arrived?
So.
Could you repeat that answer, Miss Lockhart?
I thought so.
Yes or no, Miss Lockhart?
I believe that they did.
Lockhart, I'm going to object to this point to non-response. I am asking the client or the witness what should be a very easy yes or no question, and they are responding to this question with their belief rather than an answer.
If I may, Your Honor.
There's no need. It's very simple. Answer the question yes or no. Or whether you believed you had backup by the time you went in, nothing up like that. Did you have backup? Yes or no?
Miss Lockhart, if you provided a yes or no answer, we were not able to hear.
Thinking about it so I don't perjure myself.
I mean, if you don't know, then you can also say that you don't know. Don't know? All right. Continue on, Chancellor.
To the best of your knowledge, Miss Lockhart, how much time passed between you cuffing my client and Miss Benson exiting the apartment room and shooting her?
I would object to asked and answered at this point, Your Honor. I feel like we're spinning tires. Already been
Rebuttal,
over this
Your
line
Honor?
of question for, you know,
Hold
did you witness
on.
did you witness the shooting? Did you see this and that? We're just trying to revisit something here. Let's just keep moving.
All right, let me go through and see whether that question was in and of itself, whether that question specifically was asked. That question specifically was an usher and direct, so overruled.
Go ahead and repeat the question, Miss Lockhart,
Hi,
for your sake and the
Dorky. How you
records. To
doing,
the best of
gorgeous?
your
What the
knowledge,
fuck?
how
Why
much
have you
time
not got
passed
VIP?
between
Hold on.
you cuffing my client
Sorting
and
that
Miss
out right
Benson
now.
exiting
There you
the
go, love.
apartment room and shooting her?
Hi, gorgeous. How you doing? I miss you.
25 to 45 seconds.
And to the best of your knowledge, how much time passed between you breaching the apartment alone originally and backup arriving to assist you?
Thing like from the first breach to 1609 to
Court is
backup
rough. I feel
arriving
so
at the
bad for
apartment and
Brandi.
doing whatever
Even
they need to
Bryce
do.
was like, they should have just settled this out of
Yes,
court
ma'am.
and given you everything because the fact that this has gone to court is really bad. Like, and it is. They've really dug themselves a hole with here, but it's interesting.
Anywhere between 3
And
to
I'm
4
hanging in there.
minutes.
I am doing the best that I can.
Did you ever attempt to state the location of the apartment over radio?
Yes.
How many times did
I
you
think
attempt to
Brandy's
state the
winning.
location of the apartment over radio?
At least 3 times over multiple frequencies.
Did you ever request for backup over the radio?
Like,
Are you going to be around for Mama Sid? I'm going to try to be as much as I can. It's getting late already, though. It's 11:28 for me.
Did you provide an answer, Miss Lockhart?
oh,
Where did
yes.
Fish go? Oh, he's over there.
Would you mind
Yes.
repeating that answer? Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
How many times did you attempt to request backup over your radio?
Hi, Fish.
At least 3 times.
Missed you, buddy.
These requests for backup, did they happen before or after originally breaching the apartment?
If you get the death penalty, I didn't do shit. Hi, Salty. How you doing, gorgeous?
You stated after?
That's correct. I stated after. To keep my mouth open more.
Wrong person, Bunny.
Thank you, Miss Lockhart.
Dorky.
So to clarify,
Hi, Dicky.
did you ask for backup before
Dorky played Cammy, our
breaching?
sister. You're thinking of Pirate Dork.
No.
You donut.
Were you ever
Hi,
provided
Bacon, I
with
love
a
you.
reason as to
You
why
do
backup
nothing, don't
never
care.
arrived?
Yes.
What was this reason?
You asked me to.
I'm on Twin
provide
still
the
looking for men, man.
reason behind the officers on scene.
That's you.
If any reason was given to you as to why backup
Yes, it
never
is from when
arrived,
they
I'm
got
asking
Scooby
you to
Dooed.
provide that reason to the courts.
Bacon, I miss you. Hold on, I need to give
Because
you
after they
VIP
breached
too.
several rooms, they could not see anything.
There you go.
Moving along,
Love
at
you.
the time of arriving at the apartment, did you ever suspect there were other individuals involved in this kidnapping?
Yes.
What led you to believe that?
Picture posted on Twinsta with
Who's fish
Brandi,
leaving on the
Allison
floor?
Bentley, and a woman in blue hair.
Now, looking back, would you personally have done anything differently to prevent the shooting of my client, Brandi Miller?
Yes.
What would you have done differently?
Okay, I love you. Hi, Tex. How you doing, gorgeous?
Screamed louder and called for 78s. Urgent backup.
Everyone that's come to this so far is like, I can't believe they actually let this go through to court. This is awful.
Is
Poor
there anything
Brandy's
else you
having a
would have done
fucking
differently
meltdown on the
other than those
floor
things?
with fish,
Objection calls for narrative.
with all dogs.
I can, if you need, Your Honor.
I mean, you don't need to clarify. We can just. I'm gonna just sustain it. There's no. This doesn't.
Alright.
There's no probative.
How you
There's no
doing,
probative
Tex? I hope
line.
you're
There's
doing
no
well,
value to
lovely.
this
Miss
line of
you.
questioning. You can. Whatever she could have done differently has no bearing on what happened that day.
Right.
Just move
No
on.
further questions for this witness, and Your Honor.
Even fish knows how bad it is.
Okay,
Fish has
defense,
dropped
cross.
something. I 100% bet it's something like hee hee ha ha.
And there, we're almost done.
I'm trying.
Ashley, on the day, how did you identify which floor to sweep?
Oh God, fish, what did you leave?
Heard out and Brandi Miller
can check if
screaming
you want.
through the walls. First on the 13th, and then again as they went up, heard them on the 18th floor.
Oh God.
So you went from the 13th to the 18th floor, trying to locate the specific
Dogs.
room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cleaning office and stuff while watching this.
Prior to kicking in the door
Thank
on
you.
room 1609, did you have to kick in any other doors?
It's an interesting case. I don't know if you've been here for all of it, but it's
Yeah.
a lot, man. It's crazy.
And while you were doing this, what were the other officers doing?
Kicking in doors. I guess radioing that she's not in this room and stuff like that.
Okay, so you were sweeping multiple floors of Infinity Apartments?
Yes.
Oh, okay. They're trying to
Under
go for
normal
the
circumstances,
approach
how would an
text
officer respond
that this
to a
is
potential
Brandy's
suspect
fault
running at them
because
with a
she
knife?
shouldn't have befriended someone that did this to her.
Suspect running at me with a knife.
I can't wait for Brandy to tell Colt. By the way, honey, apparently it's my fault that this happened.
On the day, you did not shoot Brandi Miller, who was in the guise of Allison Bentley. Correct?
Yeah.
Hi, brother.
And what was your thought process in the moment?
I'm going to object to relevance here, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor.
No need. I mean, it's very simple. Hey, can someone get the fucking dog out of here? Fish, fuck off! There we go. I don't need a rebuttal. It's very simple. Hey, we'll keep this whole line of questioning. I don't think it's relevant at all. Hey, she.
Brandy's
testified
wearing
that she
shoes
could've
because she
shot
said she
Brandi,
wants
but
to
she
gouge
didn't,
out a cop's
and
eye.
We can move on.
Depending on what the
Sustained.
outcome is.
Did you hear anything within the Infinity Apartments after placing Brandi in cuffs?
Remember to keep your mouth wide open, Miss Lockhart.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking a bit. I heard footsteps and I also heard Brandi Miller.
And when you say Brandi Miller, do you mean Brandi Miller in the guise of Allison Bentley or Allison Bentley in the guise of Brandi Miller?
VE Day is Victory in Europe Day. So World War II
Okay,
is the
and what
end of
was
World War
Brandi
II in
Miller
Europe.
saying?
And it's the 80th anniversary this year, so we're doing a big celebration in the UK. It's why I was
And could
slightly
you
late
discern
streaming,
whether
'cause
this
I
voice
was
was
watching
coming
the
from
celebrations.
the person in cuffs or the person in the room?
No.
During the events, did you have any concerns about co-conspirators or vigilantes?
I was concerned about a co-conspirator, yes.
Today's the day. Today's the actual anniversary.
Upon hearing these footsteps, what did you do?
Through the hallway. But I walked down the hallway, pointed my gun down the hallway. After turning left, I pointed my gun up and down the staircase.
Okay, so at any point in time, did you ascend or descend the stairs?
No.
At what point?
Send and descend, like the whole situation.
Talking about like in that exact moment where you were checking the stairs with your guns. Sorry.
Well, I had to ascend the stairs to get up there, and I had to descend the stairs to get down there, but in that specific moment, I did not ascend or descend the stairs.
Mentioned that you had made multiple requests over radio for backup. Were you getting responses?
I think I got some, but I don't remember which channel that would have been from.
Making requests over multiple channels on the radio?
Yes.
Based off of your, I guess, recollection, this was 2+ months ago. How long from the point that you heard footsteps did you hear the sound of the gunshot?
First hearing footsteps.
The footsteps, which then led you to clearing the hallways to you hearing a gunshot.
Um, 5 to 10 seconds.
And upon hearing the gunshot, what actions did you take?
Directly back to where. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Ran directly back to where Allison Bentley's Brandi Miller was.
And I believe you previously testified that you took Allison Bentley, who was in the disguise of Brandi Miller, into custody at that point.
I'm gonna object to misstatement of testimony or misstatement of facts. I think the counselor is confused. I think he meant to say, point, did you restrain Allison Bentley, who was in the disguise of Brandi Miller?
Hold on. All right. Let's see. I agree with plaintiff. Sustained. That's not actually been testified to at all. It might be in some police. It might be in some reports. It might be in some what's it called? It might be in any of the. It might be in any of the evidence reports that was submitted as evidence, but not that in of itself wasn't testified to. So yeah, sustained. If you want to refer to the report, sure, but like she did not testify to it.
I can withdraw the question. So after the gunshot and running back to the scene of the shooting, what actions did you take?
Before I into room
Thirsty?
1609.
Oh, okay, don't worry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bentley dressed as Brandi Miller walked back in. And was holstering a gun.
At that point, what actions did you take?
Forgot she had shit on her.
I took her into custody.
From the point that you took Bentley, who was dressed as Brandi Miller, into custody, how long would you say it was before your backup showed up?
The room?
Repeat that?
Sorry. Showed up in the room? Question mark.
Room or the hallway?
Oh, okay.
See if any backup arrived in the hallway beforehand. I guess they would have had to correctly enter through there. 30 seconds, maybe? Before I saw someone enter the room.
And so after getting Allison Bentley into custody, did you do anything else?
After making sure there was no one hiding, I GSR tested her, took the gun off her person. Actually, wait. Came first, GSR text came after that.
I'm going to confirm my co-counsel really quick.
What did you say, Franklin?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Just checking on you.
Yeah, okay. This is just a lot.
It's going to be a very few amount of questions, Ms. Lockhart. Simply communicating with fellow officers while clearing the Blockatomi Towers, was there any radio communication discrepancies between you and between Alice Meyer and Brooklyn Price?
What do you mean by discrepancies?
Was there any issues in relaying information between Alice Meyer and Brooklyn Price to yourself, or vice versa?
The regular sometimes radio cuts out too quickly.
I see. This, because of this, was there any attempt to try to re-elicit communication from your responses over radio while trying to find where the breach had begun?
By re-elicit, do you mean repeat?
Correct.
You're asking me if they asked me to repeat?
Yes.
Because
of that communication error.
At least once.
Once, okay.
I remember the one time.
Was that, to the best of your knowledge, what was that communication pertaining to?
Location.
Location of what?
Room. The floor.
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Room number and floor.
Okay. Confer with co-counsel. One more from the top rope from Nicholas Swift.
Actually, on arriving at the Infinity Apartments, was there any other suggested course of action on locating the room?
The tool we have can look in the directory for rooms.
And why did you not use this tool?
Told not to.
Wait, shit. Can you give me one of those food items back?
You were told not to, and can you clarify a little bit more why or who?
I don't know the why. But Brooklyn.
So
Older
you
at the time.
were instructed by a superior officer not to follow that course of action?
The directory to not use it, yeah.
No more questions.
Garrett.
Yeah, Your Honor. One moment, please.
Smoothie real quick.
Miss Lockhart, earlier in your testimony, you stated that you couldn't discern my client's voice as she was cuffed in the hallway from Miss Allison Bentley's voice, who was within the apartment. Considering that, I ask you, how close were you standing to Brandi Miller, my client, while she was cuffed in the hallway saying, please, please, etc.?
Within 4 feet.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Is the defense marking the witness for recall?
No, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Wait, sorry. I'm defense. Plaintiff.
Swift, Fasar.
Swifty, you calling this one?
No, we're good.
Swifty says no, Your Honor.
Alrighty, thank you for your testimony, Officer Lockhart. You may step down.
Oh god.
Any other witnesses, plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor. We are calling Officer Meyer to the stand.
Wait, what? Oh, Deputy Meyer, alright.
Not Stephanie.
Fricklin,
That confused the judge.
am I allowed to go
Anthony
see
Meyer
my
doesn't show up to
family?
court
Why
cases,
does
Your
that?
Honor.
Why would that confuse me, Bundy?
You sounded confused.
You sounded
Hey,
confused.
you did sound confused.
You did sound confused.
This
Kinda
case
weird.
has been going on for
What?
nearly 2
Kinda
hours.
weird.
Your Honor, if you don't
Alright,
mind, I'm going to sneak into the main hall and grab 2 soda cans. I am not leaving the courtroom. I'm sorry.
What's up, Brandi?
Is it okay if I go say hi to my family?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Hates you all. All right, Richard.
I fucked up and gave Nikki food.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that the pains and penalties of perjury so help you miles away. This has been sworn in.
Hello, Miss Meyer. Can you state your full name and occupation for the record?
Alice Meyer, deputy for the Los Santos Sheriff's Department.
I can't
And
hear him.
what department did you work for at the time of this incident?
Los Santos County Sheriff's.
Are you? Go ahead.
That's it.
Are you aware of the incident that occurred on March 2nd involving my client Allison Benson?
How you doing?
Oh, okay. I keep looking up at you guys.
Were you one of the responding officers to this incident?
This whole thing's a shit show.
And what was the extent of your involvement?
I think they're. I don't know if their case holds that much weight because I think they're being overly aggressive about it.
Yeah.
At the apartments, I was at the apartments.
They're using a
lot happening.
Guys, could you,
Why
like,
the heck
step
is
into
Fish here?
the
He
corner
came and sat
maybe, or-
with me though. I'm not.
Appreciate ya.
I appreciate it. You know.
Sometimes he's
Good
not.
job.
He's smoking a cigarette.
Good job,
Okay.
Fish.
Miss
boy.
Lockhart stated.
Also, I don't like the
within her
mustache.
testimony that Miss Miller was ultimately located at the Infinity Apartments. Is this accurate to the best of your knowledge? Please repeat that for me, Miss Meyer, and please remember to
Hey there.
keep your mouth open.
Hey, you.
Thank you. And were you with Miss Lockhart when she breached room 1609?
Thanks for being
here. I was not.
Where were you when Miss Lockhart breached apartment 1609?
I had to go outside.
Randy.
Hi.
Why did you have
We
to
don't
go
know each other very well. My name is Laszlo.
You know
I'm a
what?
good
I'm
friend
gonna
of Bree
withdraw
and
that
Decker,
question,
and I
so
just
that you
want you to know that I am so
Yeah,
sorry this
yeah,
happened to
you know,
you.
It's
good,
okay.
cool, buddy.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you for not making
Of course. I
You're
mean, I know
so
we don't know
welcome.
each other, but you're a friend,
you
a
were on
very
duty
good
at this
friend
time,
of a very good friend. So
Well, then you're a
figured I'd
friend.
come and show.
Well, you're a
Did you have
friend,
radio
so
access
it's nice to
at this
meet
time?
you.
Well, yeah. Nice to meet you
Fish.
too.
Hi, Fish.
Did you hear Miss Lockhart stating the location of the apartment over radio at any point in time?
Hi.
Hearing which floor, but all I heard over radio.
Hi, family.
Hey, Brandi.
So to clarify, you heard the attempt, but unclearly.
Good job.
Yes.
I'm not over
Did
there.
you hear
You're
her
not?
ask
That's
for
crazy.
backup at any time?
She did, yes. but
Sending memes to Skylar about how that sounds like the police were looking for a serial killer. And then they were all surprised Pikachu when they actually found it and didn't know what to do.
Yeah. It's a really good one. I love you.
Dog chasing a car.
What did you feel was? 1 second. What did you feel was your priority at the time Miss Lockhart requested backup?
God damn it. I hate that you made me laugh.
And at the time that the shots were fired, what did you do?
I was still trying to find a room.
Did you assist Miss Lockhart in re-briefing the apartment?
That's so funny.
We're gonna get a delayed start.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that happens way too much. The responses are really
Occam's great.
good amount of time.
Hi.
Hello,
Brandi. Hello.
Hi, Brandi. Oh, are they?
Hi.
Okay, good. Good timing.
Suspect, which point in here? He being restrained or Allison?
General, I'm asking, in the pursuit of your duties, would you ever leave a restrained suspect alone?
I would not, but sometimes things happen, unfortunately.
Why would you not leave a restrained suspect alone?
Be harmed or wonder your buddies can come grab them, take them away, just stuff like that.
Is there anything you felt Ashley Lockhart
Yeah,
should have
Franklin's
done
representing
differently
Brandi.
in this incident?
I'm gonna object to prejudicial and also speculative. She got to testify for exactly what she did there. We can say could say, oh, in hindsight and retrospect and all that kind of stuff, she was not there for the breach or anything like that. It's just she can't comment on that, Your Honor.
Can I rebut to this, Your Honor?
Sure.
Miss Ashley Lockhart has indicated earlier in testimony that she is fully aware of the incident that partook that we are here for today. On top of that, I am asking her as an officer, a fellow officer that was involved in this incident, what she would believe, what she would. Let me reread my question. She feels Ashley Lockhart should have done differently.
It's going to be a
based on
fun
the
time when
facts
Colt
of this
finally
incident.
wakes
This is not
up.
a speculative question, and it's
Isn't
certainly
it
not
wild, though, the
prejudicial to
amount
ask
of
an
shit they're
officer
trying to put
how
on
they
poor
believe
Brandi?
that another officer should have performed.
He better work out what side of the courtroom he's on.
I agree with the plaintiff here overall.
He's trying.
So I will repeat the question for your sake, Ms. Meyer, and the sake of the record. Is there anything you felt Ashley Lockhart should have done differently in this incident?
At the time, should have waited, but it was chaotic.
No further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
All right, Alice. At the time that Officer Lockhart was attempting to communicate over radio, having trouble hearing in general.
Yes, it was coming and going. It was very weird.
Okay, so would you say that it's hard for you to speak to whether the number of times backup was requested and the timing of it?
Yes.
After vacating the building to regain your faculties, how much time would you say elapsed from that point to when you made it to the 16th floor?
About a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
You involved in the interrogation of Allison following this event?
Yes.
And did Allison disclose any details about a potential gambit?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of questioning, Your Honor. The interrogation, which happened after the fact, has nothing to do with the circumstances surrounding the actions of the officers at the shooting in the Infinity apartment.
Give me a second. I'll hear a rebuttal from defense.
Looking for the officer to speak to their recollection of what was stated to them by the perpetrator about a potential plan for Brandi to be, shot not by Allison Bentley, but by others.
Is this interrogation evidence?
Should be attached within the incident report, Your Honor, on the right-hand side under the notes.
Oh God, okay. Wait, hold on. Is it? So, funny story. You remember when we said that this was March 2nd? You know what day
over
is
30
today?
days, Your Honor.
It's been too fucking long. There is no interrogation tape. I fucking love it here. Okay, great.
That lawyer died.
My co-counsel may have just.
Just give me a minute, Your Honor. Just continue.
Doctor here if you need it.
Don't worry.
Hey, Patrick.
This is exactly expressing how I feel right now.
I think Aaron might need you.
No, I'm good. Just let me lay down here, Franklin. Thank you.
Okay.
He's okay. He's fine.
He's skipping medical.
I'm skipping it right now. I just need.
Okay, let me know.
Do that. You're so
Yeah, don't do it. Yeah, there's medical right here. Are you going to skip medical with them right here?
Skipping medical while EMS is right here?
That's crazy.
Gaslighted by the peanut gallery, Your Honor.
So if I hear stomachs growling, there is literally a vending machine in the lobby. Go get food.
There's a taco truck outside too.
Food truck outside, I think too.
Oh, food truck is. You know what? If anything, we praise.
Oh, he's fine.
We praise the what's it called? What's the time when people just like seeking money? The capitalist thoughts of the people who seek to
Capitalism.
put their food trucks right outside of important events such as this.
I mean,
Amen.
go eat.
All right. Okay. Fusar's not dead. He's just resting there. We're gonna continue on.
I needed that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let's see. Involving interrogation, you want to talk about interrogation that happened after the fact. You want to talk about how the Allison's plans were for Brandi to be not shot by Bentley but by
because,
others.
oh my god, Brandi hasn't seen Cara since it,
I mean,
it fucking
sure,
happened.
but at the end of the day, what relevance does that have in, hey, in this entire incident of the plaintiff was cuffed, was restrained by law enforcement, and then was shot by the plaintiff by Allison Bentley. Sure, that might have been the plan. Might have been for other people to shoot Brandi, but that didn't happen. So I still
Oh
struggle
my
to see
god,
how
there's
this
so
is
many
relevant.
people here that people are starting to get kiki face. That's hilarious.
That's you, Nikki.
Oh, I know.
What happened?
Heard my co-counselor for a second.
Sure. Hey, to the people who are waiting for the next trial, I think it's gonna be a bit.
That's fine.
Busy door.
What's next, Your Honor?
There is. For some reason, I thought it was a great idea to schedule an appeal 2.5 hours after this case.
What the fuck
so,
is this? Which appeal?
The state v. Sidney Martin.
Alrighty. Hello, Deputy Meyer. Just like the last witness, I'm going to keep my questions brief. This search for the room in which the plaintiff and Allison Bentley were housed, where do you, if at all, do you have knowledge of the whereabouts of Brooklyn Price?
Going to. I'm gonna object to scope. I don't think. Well, yeah, I don't think I brought up anything revolving Brooklyn Price to the witness. Save us all the time here, I guess.
I'm willing to rebut.
Okay, hold on. I don't need a rebuttal for scope stuff because I can just look through.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Just want to help you.
No.
Okay.
God.
I did a nice little control F here, and the first mention of Brooklyn Price was when you asked a question about the whereabouts of Brooklyn Price. So yeah, it's not in scope.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll save that for later. Have a good one, guys. I'm out of here. No further questions from me.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Is the defense that's Swift and Fasar, not you, Franklin? Are they going to be marking the witness for recall?
No.
No recall for this witness.
All right. Any further witnesses? Plaintiff?
One final witness, Your Honor. We call Miss Brooklyn Price to the stand. Yeah.
All right. You sure?
Am I sure that I want to call Miss Brooklyn Price to the stand?
Sure
I'm
is
not gonna
wearing fingerless gloves with a trench coat, Mr. DuPont. I mean, Mr. Starr.
All
Throw a
right.
cup at me.
Sure. All right.
You ain't judging my fit in those loafers.
Comfy, okay?
Yeah,
Skateboard.
okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth? Oh my god, you can't just call someone that. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you. So help you, war check. The witness has been sworn in.
All right, Miss Price, can you state your full name and occupation for the record?
Brooklyn Price. I am an officer with the Del Perro Police Department.
And what department did you work at the time of this incident?
To be real, I want to say DPPD, but I don't remember when I switched from LSPD.
Are you aware of the incident that occurred on March 2nd involving my client, Allison Benson, or excuse me, involving my client, Miss Brandi Miller?
Yes.
Were you one of the responding officers? Could you repeat that for us, Miss Price?
Yes.
What was the extent of your involvement in this incident?
We ended up going to the Infinity Apartments. Me and Alice Meyer started clearing apartment floors up. So we went up and started clearing floors.
Were you with Miss Lockhart when she originally breached room 1609?
I was not.
Where were you when Miss Lockhart breached apartment 1609 originally?
At least 2 to 3 floors above.
Were you on duty at this time?
Yes.
Did you have access to your radio?
I did.
Did you at any point hear Miss Lockhart stating the location of the apartment over radio?
Did, but all I could hear was 09.
Did you hear at any point Miss Lockhart asking for backup over radio?
I can't remember, I'm gonna be real. I just remember the 09 and me asking multiple times what it was, and 09 just kept coming through.
No worries. What was your priority at the time Miss Lockhart was radioing the location or attempting to radio the location?
To where she was.
And at the time that shots were fired, what did you do?
I was in the process of going downstairs.
Now, did you breach together with Miss Lockhart in the re-entry of the apartment and apprehension of Miss Bentley?
Not.
Where were you during this breach?
Side attending to Brandi.
How long after spotting Brandi did you attend to her?
Immediately.
Now, speaking on your experience as an officer, would you ever leave a suspect restrained and alone?
No.
Why not?
Because once they are in cuffs, they are my sole property or my sole priority, and their safety is my priority.
Your Honor, just one quick thing. Can we keep property on the record?
Can we not?
All right, continue. I'm sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. Continue.
Whose side are you on?
Priority, not
that was funny. Okay. All right, continue.
Carry on.
Now, within Miss Ashley Lockhart's testimony, it was suggested that you advised Ashley Lockhart on how she should handle this scene. Can you provide to the court what you advised her?
Can you elaborate more?
Lockhart spoke under oath within her testimony that give her directions for when you were entering the apartment or how to handle the apartment situation. Start with, is this true? Did you offer her advice or any direction as in regards to the Infinity apartment incident and how to handle it? If you had answered, we could not hear you, Ms.
Sorry, I
Price.
did, yes.
What was this advice or direction?
Not to look up the room number of what room that Allison Bentley owned.
Sir, you said not to?
That was a yes.
Okay. Now, is there anything in your professional opinion that you felt Ashley Lockhart should have done differently?
If you heard me, but I said yes.
Should she have done differently?
I'm sorry, you cut off?
What should she have done differently?
Waited until we were all at the door to breach.
Further questions for this witness?
Ross?
Absolutely. Lomas Price previously testified to on direct examination that you advised Ashley Lockhart not to look at for the apartment number of Allison Bentley's room at the Blockatomi Towers. Why is that?
Because at the time, we weren't sure if she was actually there, and we weren't there to raid a property. So it would have been a breach of a fourth to go and look up someone's apartment without any reason to.
Okay. When you eventually arrived to floor 16 to tend to Brandi Miller, could you clarify to the courts one more time for me, when you spotted that individual bleeding on the floor, what did you do?
Immediately ran over and gave medical aid. And I found out that it was Brandi because she was calling my name. And I called out that this is Brandi, that's Allison, to get the lady inside in cuffs.
The second breach was being executed to re-enter to capture the other individual in the apartment. Did you re-enter with Ashley Lockhart and Alice Meyer?
Did not.
Did you enter it at any point at that point?
After, I want to say after the interrogation, we went back, but I don't want to perjure myself, but I didn't go in until everything was cleared.
When you were tending to Brandi Miller, what types of medical assistance did you provide?
I obviously, basic first aid. I applied pressure to the gunshot wound. I did the best I could to slow the bleeding. I kept talking to her to keep her conscious. And then EMS was called.
Do you know who called EMS?
I want to say me, but I'm not good. Like I said, it's been so long. I don't remember exactly who.
Alrighty, fair enough. Let me confer with my co-counsel.
The way down to the DMV?
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Alrighty. Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony. Any other witnesses? Plaintiff?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Wait, did I ask if the defense is marking? I'm sorry. Defense, you marking up for recall?
No.
I don't know if I. Yeah, there we go. All right. No further witnesses. All right. Do you want to highlight now or in closing?
We'll highlight in closing plaintiff's party rests.
All right. 2 hours and 15 minutes later. Hey, the defense. So you have one witness who you've recalled, which is the plaintiff, and that is it. As far as I'm aware. Do you want? Do you need time before you begin, or you want to go straight into it?
I just heard somebody's tummy grumble. Please make sure you eat.
We're not going to be calling any further witnesses. Brandi Miller will not be called to testify as a defense witness at this time, Your Honor.
I say that last part again.
Brandi Miller will not be called as a recall witness for the defense. We will be retracting that this time, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to highlight now or in closing?
Oh, sorry. Let me go off mic. I learned my lesson the first time, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Hey, he's learning.
Shut it.
Yeah, don't get suspended for coaching. Not that I would know anything about that.
Right.
All right. We're going to highlight in closing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. How much time do both sides need for closings to prepare?
Type 5, Your Honor.
I'm cool with that.
Type 5. Does a type 5 work for your defense?
As tight as it possibly can be, Your Honor.
All right. Well, policing this
I might need a loose 5.
Okay. What does that even? 22 past the hour. See you then. Bye.
Thank you, Franklin, for everything.
Don't be silly. I'm here for you.
I know, you're amazing. How do you think it's gone?
Pretty well for us.
Oh.
Did Fish just fall from the balcony?
I think so. Fish, you okay, babe? You okay, buddy?
Where is she?
Oh, God.
Oh my.
Just
the
looks
hell?
and sounds exactly as okay as he's always been.
Oh, that's about right.
He needs a
Do
smoke.
you need anything?
Have a pack of redwood.
Come here. Come here.
Are you talking to me or?
Yeah. Nah, him.
Brandi.
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah.
pull you aside. Come here.
Can't. Anything for people.
Open? No, that's okay. Did
Okay.
great.
I
Just like
feel
knew you would.
sick.
I know. I wanted to.
I fucking do it.
I wanted to tell you something that I've been wanting to tell you for quite a while. Okay. Do you see my neck?
Okay. Yeah.
You are not your scars. You are more than your scars. You are so very much more than your scars. It's like I am more than my scars. You stood up for yourself, and your voice heard. You did amazing. And I love you.
I love you too. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Also, Bryce said I gotta call you Meeba.
God. Your father, I swear to God. You can call me whatever you want. I will answer to Mima, okay?
He said I gotta call Grandpa Bundy Peepaw.
I wouldn't call him that if I were you.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn it.
Is he shitting a pencil?
He landed on a pencil.
Oh, Bundy. buddy.
I think it's actually enough that I can pull it out. Tip of the pencil.
Seeing those soldier reunion videos, but with the dog.
Hi, bestie.
Jesus Christ.
Ew.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Fish.
Sorry.
Just clean that up. That better, bud?
You okay, babe? Seem a bit out of balance.
Fine, I got the pencil out.
Just stay still.
I like the time he got lobotomized.
Fish, you be
He's
nice to
definitely
her.
his head.
I've been gone for so long. Tell me. You aren't? I'm confused. Look, Ashley and I've been married almost 3 months.
You okay, buddy?
Honestly, I don't think he even noticed.
Surprise me.
He
Oh,
shakes out bullets,
buddy.
so I mean, a
Yeah, I
pencil
mean, it
can
was
be
lodged
I
in there.
appreciate
I
you
just have to
coming
pull it
by.
out.
Thank you for sitting with me. I love you.
That little fucker got
Fat Rolls probably caught it.
He texted
Probably.
me this morning, but I haven't responded to her yet. She said
Oh,
she's
God.
the first one I called.
Jesus.
She isn't with you. I love you.
Fish, I'm not that heavy-handed. What the fuck?
Yeah, he did that when I was pulling the pencil out, too. Fish, you good?
You good, hun?
Did you take any of the pills that you dropped on the ground?
He probably
Always.
did.
He always does.
I don't even know what these are. They're just pills.
I mean, I could always try them.
Oh.
No!
I've used them before.
With me, Fish. Science.
What?
Jason would let me.
Would he?
Probably not.
There we go. That's what I thought.
He is right now.
Sunny boy.
Fish, what are you doing?
Oh, sweet boy.
Being cute. Bad.
What bandana you have on?
His little bowler hat.
You, Sunny.
Brooklyn? Brooklyn walked out the front.
Handsome mans.
Just had him use it too.
Hi, baby boy. Hi. Hi, baby.
All right,
Mwah.
excuse me, Brandi. I'm sorry.
Sorry, the dog comes first.
I know that's okay. I understand. I would do the exact
Why
same
are you
thing.
wearing shoes?
The one answer that Winston told me to say is that I've been forced to, but the truth is I put them on in the possibility that I might have to like use them to gouge somebody's eye out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
16,000.
Where is this a different doggy?
It's Sunny.
That's Sunny.
It's so mean.
I love how Faye's like, valid. Like, valid. Proceed.
Being polyamorous isn't shameful, Sonny. Don't let them shame you for it.
Gosh. Johnny breathes like that. I fucking can't.
No. It's me when I'm asthmatic.
He's a pug.
Smoke a cigarette, he wouldn't sound like an 80-year-old.
She needs to stop smoking.
You gotta see
Fish, make that noise.
Yes.
That's Fish.
Oh, fishy.
Just does that.
Do you need like a tracheotomy? What the hell?
It's because his whole breed is bred to the point that they can barely breathe, and it's not really his fault. It's humans for
Oops.
breeding pugs like that.
Yeah, they really thought this would be short. And part of me was like, damn, am I overthinking
Closing
it?
out-
No, I
closing
didn't. I was
statement,
right.
Starting with the plaintiff.
What was that?
Your Honor. Excuse me while I get my notes in order. Okay. We all ready? This one will be less than 40 minutes.
God.
Did a 40-minute, no, move, go.
Your Honor, esteemed members of the Los Santos City Courthouse, thank you all for coming here today. We, the plaintiff's party, believe that there are two factors which establish liability on behalf of the officers for the shooting in which my client was ultimately a victim of through extreme and gross negligence. The first being whether or not the actions of the shooter were foreseeable, and the second being whether there were actions or decisions which could have been taken to prevent this shooting from occurring. As far as whether the shooting was foreseeable, Allison Bentley was a known aggressor in this incident, and the police had knowledge that she had not only kidnapped my client, Brandi Miller, which could be reasonably presumed to have been under duress through use of force or fear, but that Allison Bentley was likely armed, both to create this force or fear and to harm my client, which officers were again aware was taking place during my client's abduction, as can be reasoned through my client's cries of pain and help throughout the ordeal. Additionally, by leaving my client alone, restrained, and helpless in the hallway, directly outside of the apartment and within direct line of sight to the door, which they had left Miss Bentley within, unrestrained, unsearched, and unsupervised. The police knowingly created a situation which gave Miss Bentley the perfect opportunity to draw her weapon, exit the apartment, the door to which was left unlocked and unguarded, and to shoot my client Brandi, who could not move or flee, in the head completely unchallenged. Upon being cuffed, my client was considered to be within the custody of the police, and the responsibility of her safety would therefore be entirely the responsibility of the police, or in this case, Officer Lockhart. However, instead of tending to my client, Officer Lockhart left my client alone without protection, which the suspect, Miss Bentley, took as an opportunity to shoot her in the head. Officer Lockhart should have known full well the danger which she would be placing my client in by leaving her alone and unable to defend herself, especially so close to a room where another individual was known to be in, as well as where an additional who could have been armed was suspected to be in, as per Ashley Lockhart's sworn testimony. Additionally, by breaching the apartment alone and without backup, a circumstance was created in which officers should have known or been aware that being unprepared and undermanned for would create a situation in which Miss Bentley was able to freely commit this shooting. Ms. Lockhart felt secure enough in her abilities as an officer to both breach the apartment alone initially upon finding the room, but then once again breach to arrest Ms. Bentley alone once she had shot my client, knowing full well at the time that Ms. Bentley was armed with a gun at this point. Yet, made no attempt to re-enter the apartment after restraining my client and leaving her in the hallway by herself, when it was presumed Miss Bentley was unarmed and not a threat. As far as whether there were any actions or decisions which could have been made to prevent this shooting. 1. Ashley Lockhart took it upon herself to breach this apartment alone, again, and without any additional officers, despite having knowledge that up to 3 suspects, including my client, were within this room and that they may have been armed. Within her very own statement, within the incident report, Ms. Lockhart states, quote, "No backup was in sight, despite the room being stated at least 3 times," end quote, implying that not only did she not wait for backup before entering the apartment and creating such a deadly situation for my client, but that officers failed to hail her call for backup, leaving her woefully unprepared for the circumstances which she had created. Despite this, she breached, once again, alone. Upon restraining my client's movements, she left my client directly outside of the room in which the suspects were located by herself, despite having knowledge that an additional individual who remained unsearched and unrestrained resided inside the room and possibly more suspects were hiding. This shows a complete and utter lack on behalf of Officer Lockhart to provide appropriate scene control, which could have prevented this tragedy. Again, my client was unable to flee, her movement being restricted, and she was within the custody of the police, specifically Officer Lockhart, who again failed to even walk her around a corner and separate her from the immediate scene, which again could have prevented such a disaster. The responsibility of a person within the custody of the police, again, lies solely with the police whose custody an individual is within. It is the understanding of the Plaintiff's Counsel that my client and Ms. Bentley were dressed as one another, creating a situation in which assessing what individual would likely be the aggressor would be difficult. But again, we, the Plaintiff's Counsel, emphasize that this is why scene control is so vitally important. By failing to restrain or even frisk the individual who was left alone within the apartment, it created the circumstances which led to my client, Brandi Miller, being shot. Furthermore, upon breaching the apartment, Officer Lockhart was presented with the following facts. 1. The individual was wielding a knife and ran out of the apartment. My client, Brandi, was restrained and no longer a threat. 2, the individual who we presumed Officer Lockhart assumed was Brandi was still within the apartment, meaning that Lockhart had no reason to hesitate from going back into the apartment and addressing the individual left inside to further prevent accidents and placing herself between the 2 suspects. 3, that the fear of being shot was not present, as Lockhart originally breached alone and then re-breached alone upon confirmation that the individual inside was armed with a firearm. We, the plaintiff's party, wholly question the decision-making of officers on scene, especially of Officer Lockhart in these actions. As well, if Officer Lockhart was assuming that my client was Allison Bentley due to the way that she was dressed and restrained her in the hallway, why would Officer Lockhart not then investigate the individual who remained in the apartment, who she may have thought was my client, Brandi Miller, assuming she is the victim? While she may have been worried that in the time it would have taken to place the individual within the apartment, thought to be Brandi in custody, that the individual cuffed outside, who she assumed was Miss Bentley, could have been taken by conspirators, we then ask, what is more important to Officer Lockhart, getting an arrest or the sanctity of life? Continue. Officers on radio, who should have heard Officer Lockhart repeated requests for backups but didn't due to malfunctions of the radio, should have prioritized the scene in which suspects were located and a single officer was presiding over. This did not happen. Despite it being reasonable to assume that this could have prevented my client from being shot, instead, they failed to localize the scene to the relevant apartment which suspects were found in, or even leave a single officer to prevent the suspects from leaving through the bottom of the apartment and staying in pairs which would have again allowed the officers to provide backup to Lockhart and prevent this tragedy from happening. The negligence in the actions of these officers and of especially Officer Lockhart as a whole is extremely gross and possibly the worst negligence we, the plaintiff's party, have seen in any such case. And we believe that the damages we are seeking in punitive are more reasonable considering the magnitude of this negligence and the damage which was caused because of it. Additionally, the pain and suffering and mental anguish that my client experienced as a result of the critical condition she was placed in due to this shooting, when before this shooting, she was plainly capable of walking, talking, and reacting to officers with pleas for help as they restrained her, as per the reports, was plainly laid out by Dr. Patrick January. While we, the plaintiff's party, acknowledge that a large portion of the pain and suffering, as well as the mental anguish, lies with the individual who shot my client, we, the plaintiff's party, emphasize the role in which officers played in creating the circumstances which
Battery is cooling down, Your Honor. Hang on,
Oh
just...
God! Whoever plays Aaron, I love him.
Poke him. Just a small poke. LA.
Did Franklin break himself?
Reprogram him.
Oh man, he's gonna have to start from the beginning.
Too hard and he overheated.
Shut up.
Don't you say that.
Turn him off and on again.
He cooked too hard.
Hold up, I got this. Franklin. Mwah.
Oh my God.
Damn it.
We have a welding machine on them.
Oh my God.
Who would carry a welding machine? You know,
All
why
over-
would you ask that? This dog will somehow have a fucking welding machine somewhere.
Fish has like a boombox in his mouth half the time, all right? Anything is possible in San Andreas.
I'm just gonna say 07 Franklin on Twinsta. Casual.
Do you think he's still talking and he thinks that we're all still listening?
Absolutely he is.
All right.
There he goes.
Okay, so I don't know how we want to do this. Do you want me to? I mean, I have a relatively short closing. If you guys...
Wait for Franklin. You
Oh,
don't ruin his
come on.
thunder. Step back. Boo.
Oh,
Boo. Shame this man.
Boo.
No budging.
So, the state v. Sydney Martin. I definitely didn't forget the surname.
Boo.
You didn't
So
think this
that
case
case is
would
gonna
take that
start-
long, did you?
No.
Maybe
Probably
maybe you just
8:30.
maybe it was just it was
Sorry.
I did not foresee that Franklin would, what's it called, spend 35 minutes
It's not your fault. She
asking
scheduled
Brandi
the case, so
questions,
she
would
did
spend
it.
45 minutes asking Lockhart questions. I did
feel
not
so
foresee any of that
I
happening.
know.
Come here.
It's not your
Brandi.
fault, honey. Come
I'm
here.
sorry.
Come here.
I
Come here.
feel so
Come here.
bad.
Come here. Come here. Come here.
It's not your fault.
Stop
honey.
feeling bad. Hi.
I just feel so bad.
Listen, guys.
I knew
why
this would
don't you
happen.
just
I
give
knew
me
it would
like
go
a
on.
5-second warning, okay?
Want me to configure
Huh?
your yapping?
Feel bad. It's okay,
Wow.
baby.
Did you not hear the Oscars music before that happened? My bad.
Yeah.
Well, frankly, we don't know where you got up to, so I guess you must start from the beginning. Don't start from the beginning.
Fucking ain't no way.
Does anyone remember where he left off?
Actually, that's a good question. Who remembers where he jumped off? Because I don't.
Okay, all right. So I do have to start again. Ready?
No.
You run.
All right. Go back to damages. We're right at the end here. Don't worry.
Oh, God bless. All right, carry on.
The pain and suffering and mental anguish that my client experienced as a result of the condition she was placed in due to the shooting, when before the shooting she was plainly capable of walking, talking, and reacting to officers with pleas for help as they restrained her, as per the reports, was plainly laid out by Dr. Patrick January. While we, the plaintiff's party, acknowledge that a large portion of the pain and suffering, as well as the mental anguish, lies with the individual who shot my client, we, the plaintiff's party, emphasize the role in which officers played in creating the circumstances which directly resulted in my client being shot due to foreseeable consequences and actions and decisions which had not been taken or made by officers involved. For the same reasons,
Guys, I just took all
we
of
are
my
seeking that my
piercings out, and
client's
it's the
wages
best
be
feeling in the
reimbursed
world.
for, at the very minimum, the 13 days following the shooting in which she was in ICU, which we again feel is partially the responsibility of the officers. We thank Your Honor and all the esteemed members of the Los Santos City Courthouse for their time and due consideration in this matter. May God bless America, this fine state of San Andreas. Praise be to Hobbit Trash. Amen.
Praise be.
All right, thank you. Defenses closings, I guess, because multiple.
All right. Yeah. So this will be the part one, significantly shorter. Just to reiterate, I am only representing in this matter Brooklyn Price, so I'm going to be analyzing it from that perspective only.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, the esteemed Honor Van Dorst, my colleague, Mr. Swift, my opposition, Mr. Is it Star now? Yeah, it's Star now. I would be remiss to try to play off what happened on this fateful evening at the Blockatomi Towers. I'd like to remind everybody that there is a few people that didn't do anything wrong here. For every mistake, there is a silver lining. For every wrong, there is a right. Price merely going to the Blockatomi Towers to try to locate and apprehend an individual they believe was holding Brandi Miller against her will, one of which being Brooklyn Price. Scaled the Blockatomi Towers floor by floor to listen for any cues, listen for anything that could give them an indication that she was in danger or that they could locate her, but to no avail. Floor after floor after floor she climbed. Alice Meyer to do such a thing. With all things, nothing goes exactly to plan. Ergo, the radio communications. There was once a radio communication made by Ashley Lockhart that the person was located and they were attempting to potentially do a breach. Now none of that was relayed over radio of the location or the breach. Be clearly authenticated by either Alice Meyer or my client, Miss Price. Attempting to try to get this information, it went to no avail, no answer, and they quickly attempted to try to make a descent to see if they could locate this individual and Ashley Lockhart. But unfortunately, it was already too late because of predetermined decisions. The doors were kicked down, people were apprehended, and Allison Bentley inevitably shot the plaintiff. I remind you, none of this, the breach, none of this, the shooting,
I have got the worst
apprehension
migraine that has
was in
come
the
on,
presence
and
or
I
the
feel like
guidance
death.
my
Oh
client.
my
It was done without
god!
her ever even
I
knowing it
want to
took
go
place.
to bed.
Then when she reconvened and she eventually met these individuals on the 16th floor where the 9th door apartment was, she saw Brandi Miller lying there bleeding from the gunshot wound. Contrary to what the plaintiff and its counsel wanted to convey to you, one, he was not shot in the head. It doesn't matter much, but again, there was a little bit of inaccuracies, and I want to point to you the facts of the case. It was not shot in the head, it was shot in the neck. And in the words of the report, it was a skim towards the neck. It did not exactly go all the way through the neck like dead center. Secondly, Brooklyn Price, according to the plaintiff, entered with Alice Meyer and them completely oblivious my client, completely oblivious to the plaintiff for approximately a minute. However, memory must have skipped her. Her memory had not been jogged. Brooklyn Price, in fact, immediately tended to her. She did not step foot into that apartment. She immediately tended to her aid, and EMS was called shortly thereafter while she was administering first aid in the best possible way she could as a law enforcement officer. We can say, why didn't you find the room? Why weren't you able to locate it quicker? That is not inherently negligent. That is not inherently anything, for that rather. Time was of the essence. Mistakes happened. Discrepancies did happen. Even with her leaving and here being disguised as Allison Bentley, a discrepancy happened. Not everything went according to plan. It would be ridiculous to assume client Ms. Price should be held to the same standard as if she willingly called the shots at every single turning point of this investigation and the breach. Just a false claim, and she holds no liability for it. It is purely and absolutely qualified immunity. There's nothing reckless, nothing endangering about what she did with her conduct and the way that she carried herself to try to locate these individuals. It is a classic case of them trying to say that Brooklyn Price shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's not how police work works ever. And I would like to hammer this home a little bit more. And I'm not going to be redundant to my colleague, Mr. Swift. Why in the world was this person who apparently manipulated Brandi Miller, apparently was trying to force them into being her friend, was kidnapping them? Why is this person not facing any civil liability? They already went to trial. They already went to court. Why are they not being financially punished? Say, oh, the police were the one that started this whole thing, but let's break it down. She was tortured before the doors were kicked down. She was beaten up. And more importantly, she would have not been in that room had Allison Bentley not taken her against her will and thrown her in the block at Tommy Towers. It's a fact. Why is she evading liability, but my client is trying to be headhunted for such when she did no such crimes, no such liability? It makes no sense. I think you'll find here that if anybody is to be found liable, it is not my client. It is somebody else, and that's for your determination to be found in your verdict. Thank you very much for your time and due consideration. Have a good one.
This was a short closing from the defense. Okay.
Thank you.
Compared to that one, yes.
Oh, you said shorts of the two closes,
well, I
so
lied.
now we gotta
I lied,
hear what Nikki
Vandors.
said.
Okay, sue me.
Liar!
Yeah, that's why I made my Twinsta post.
Councillor Swift.
Right. I'm actually going to keep it brief. So the plaintiff's counsel has honed in on the word knowingly a lot, right? The police should have known that Allison Bentley was, left alone in that apartment and potentially armed. But how would they have known? Throughout this whole gambit, they were in the impression that they had Allison Bentley in custody and that there were potential co-conspirators that either could be in the room or could be running around, in addition to potential vigilantes who were looking to take justice against Brandi's captor. Officer Lockhart was left attempting to kick down doors to try to find the correct room, as there was no easy way to identify which door the exigent circumstance was occurring behind. Same time that Officer Lockhart was kicking down doors on the 16th floor, Brooklyn Price was kicking down doors above. Alice Meyer was kicking doors below, up until the point that she had to vacate. The officers were making every attempt to locate Brandi Miller in as quickly a time as possible due to the potential risk for her life. This left Officer Lockhart in a position where she had to kick down multiple doors to try to locate the victim and the suspect. At the point in time that she did, she took the action that any police officer would normally take and tried to get her backup. And unfortunately, due to issues with the radio, backup wasn't coming anytime soon. And an armed assailant rushed at her with a knife. At that moment, she took the armed assailant into custody and
Good night, brother. I love
placed
you.
them as far away from the door as was feasible in the moment, being left alone with potential
I feel
multiple
so
assailants
sick right
on
now.
the
My
loose
head is
that could pop up from any
pounding.
direction, whether it was
This
inside the
migraine
room
has come
or
on very
exterior.
swiftly, and I feel horrible.
She had to make a split-second decision when she was hearing footsteps because she didn't get any communication about whether or not that was her backup, that was a co-conspirator, or a potential vigilante looking to shoot Allison Bentley or herself. To make a split-second decision, and she went towards the sounds and the potential threat, the imminent threat that could have led to loss of life for both Allison Bentley, Brandi Miller, and herself. At that point, the gambit worked out to a certain extent. Definitely not to the way that Allison Bentley wanted. She wanted the police or potentially Brandi's loved ones to be the ones to shoot her. That didn't happen that day. Unfortunately, Allison Bentley was able to shoot Brandi and facilitate the claims that she made to her when she was taping a knife to her hand and dressing her up as herself. Sure, a lot of things could have gone differently that day. Most likely, one thing could have gone very differently, and Allison Bentley's plan could have worked out to a T. Brandi could have been shot by officers and then left in a position for that officer to then be shot by Allison Bentley. Any speculation to say that that would have definitely delayed medical attention to Brandi Miller. A lot of things could have gone differently that day, but there's one thing that we can say. Brandi Miller's still here. And that might not have happened if the officers didn't take the actions that they did. Some of them could have been done differently. Hindsight is 2020. It's really easy to look back 2.5 months later and say, yes, this is what should have happened. But in the moment where you have to make split-second decisions, the correct choices may not have been made because you don't have that information in the moment. You're operating with the information you have. Lockhart, Allison Meyer, and Brooklyn Price made every attempt to locate Brandi Miller and get her into protective custody. Work out the way that they planned, but at the end of the day, nothing really works out to plan. Just like Allison Bentley learned that day.
Okay, thank you for your time. We'll place this court in recess while I deliberate. You know what, Patrick, you're in charge. What could possibly go wrong?
What the fuck? Sit up here.
Yeah, you get to sit in the
fault.
judge
You guys
chair.
think I'm over for
It's
like
not my fault.
No, it's not your fault, sweetheart. It's not your fault. Anyone who says it's your fault can go fuck themselves.
But did they die? That was the craziest
Ooh.
fucking argument against civil liability.
A question.
Mercy.
Did they not try and settle? What the fuck?
I know.
D. Also, the measure liability.
Are you shit-faced?
No.
Do you want to go outside? Take a little
I like this
breath?
outfit, personally.
I mean, it's
I don't like I could move.
I like it. I like the
Can
Do you want to stand
Carry.
up? I can carry you. Or Kiki can carry you.
Yeah, we can carry baby girl.
Take a little break. Let's go outside and
Go
get
over
some
to
fresh air,
Supreme
okay?
Justice and ask if they're
Okay.
shit-faced or justice, I guess.
Can you carry Macy,
I
babe?
can't keep track anymore.
Macy?
See, if someone asked you to be a
I am
Supreme Justice,
Supreme
what you doing?
Justice in all but name.
Here you go, baby girl.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Gee, let's get some air. Just go outside, get some air. It's okay, baby girl. Your fault. You did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong, baby girl. None of this is your fault.
Macy, you good?
This is a shit who victim blame. It's not your fault.
Poor
Andy,
Brandi.
will it make you feel better if I punch that lawyer for you?
Let's
I'm
go sit
willing
under
to
a
do it.
tree.
They said it's my fault. He said
Your
it's
fault.
my
It wasn't your fault. None of that was your fault.
Definitely punching that lawyer. Either way.
Nothing that happened was your fault.
Gotta get her bike fixed. Guys, see Mama?
Oh no.
Yes.
It's not true, Eddie Kiki. What they said, I
You-
didn't say.
None of it was true. Half of what they said was fucking wrong. Even what they said about hi, Sonny boy.
He said I said it was manipulative and that she led me on and I didn't say any of that.
Nice, honey.
It's true, but I didn't say any of it that I didn't know.
No, honey.
Andy, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Need you take a deep breath, go in your nose and out your mouth, okay?
Sonny, some pets on the head.
Yeah.
Okay, Sonny. Yeah, it's wild.
These kind of people, Brandy, as they view anyone but cops, is non-consequential. So they'll do anything they can to make sure the cops come out looking as good as possible, including saying shit that just isn't true.
I think half of them are forgetting the fact that she's still fucking out there.
Yeah.
Which is wild to say to Faye. God, I love roleplay. God, I love roleplay sometimes.
Good, Sonny.
You said.
Even I, a civilian who's never been a cop, could think of 100 ways they could have done that better, and none of that would have happened. That was your fault.
Had single cops going through breaking down every door they possibly could, and they thought that was somehow safe and effective is the craziest shit I've heard in months.
The fact that they didn't detain or identify the person that was in the room and just assumed who it was. I think it's fucked up. You did nothing wrong, sweetheart.
Well, and they make it sound like it was a
Hi,
side quest
baby
and not the
boy.
main thing that they were actually there for, which is what they were there for. Like, they make it sound like, oh yeah, we just happened on it and we were doing other shit too.
You're a good boy, Sonny.
They tried to make the argument that they had talked to me and that they'd been warning me. None of that happened. I spoke to them maybe, honestly, I can count the times I spoke to them on a handful, and for the most part, they were honestly useless.
They pulled you in for some kind of interrogation or something, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And then shortly after that, Colt had to come and
good
get
boy.
me because I was panicking, and they tried to arrest me for throwing a cup. That was the same day. All of it happened the same day. And then after that, I found my dad dead. So it was honestly the worst day ever.
And I
Hi,
remember
Sonny.
something like they told you to be careful of the company you keep, but didn't like explain.
Yeah, they said to be careful about the company I keep. They also said, you really like having your job, don't you, Brandi?
Maybe they should have explained what the fuck they meant by that instead of being vague, cryptic bullshit.
Well, they were pointing towards Colt for the most part. Like, the other day even, it's so stupid. Yesterday, I went to the hospital to see a friend of mine, and I made a joke because Harold was laying there, and me, Casey, and a bunch of other cops were saying, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do if anything happens to Harold? Who's gonna take his place?" And I jokingly said, because they were all saying, "Oh my God, I'll be Harold. Oh, I'll be Harold." So I was like, "Let me be Harold for a day, maybe on April 1st." And one of the officers, Beef, pipes up saying, absolutely fuck no. Your boyfriend's a violent felon."
Oh my God.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm not my boyfriend.
You're not.
Also, fuck Uncle Mason. He just called me 11.
Oh.
Now?
Okay.
Yeah, he texted me saying keep killing it, 11.
Sorry about him.
God damn it!
This is awkward. I need you to stand up.
Hi. God damn it, Uncle
Hair.
Mason.
Last time you ate.
I ate during court. I'm pretty full still.
Okay.
I'm just so freaking annoyed with cops. One, doing what they did and all of this happening. And even yesterday annoyed me. That comment. Like, I'm so sick of people being judged or whatever because their loved one happens to be part of a gang. It's stupid.
It's very stupid. People are unable to separate work from personal.
Like, okay, Colt does whatever he does. What does that have to do with me? I don't do what Colt does.
Okay, baby?
Mm. It's just sad.
You can hear it. I'm sorry, honey.
It's okay. It was very brief. But I heard it.
There's a thing store around the corner. Do you want to get some of your muffs?
Ta-da.
You have them. Perfect. And they match.
Uh-huh.
Being all resourceful and that, not.
How long do you think this is gonna take?
No idea. Someone inside will tell us when she comes back out.
I mean, I feel like she feels like she kind of has an idea because I think she would have been like, I'm gonna post it later, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
She's recognized that she has one like right now, basically, so I feel like it won't take too long. To be fair, this is why I slept in a little bit because I had a feeling this was gonna happen.
I called Mason a bitch and he put a bunch of question marks and said I was being nice.
How you feeling, Balto?
Mr. Bolto, I've missed you.
Okay.
See, that's a mood. I can get that one.
I really hope this doesn't take too long because I have a migraine, but I still want to be here.
Poke our head in if you want.
Go see, maybe we'll see what's going on.
Yeah.
Hi, Enda. Oh, she's come back out yet.
Hello.
Hi, Adiada.
I didn't want to leave Wenton by himself, so.
I can take him. I can take him.
Okay. Bring ya.
I could walk.
Sure.
Yeah. Could breathe a bit better out here. It was just hard. It felt like I was a stick to like something that was being pushed and pushed and building and building and building, and it just was too much.
Yeah.
Honestly, I should go change into boots with as much bullshit was spewed in there.
I love you.
At least I didn't write a book and pass it out. What's up, baby?
Nothing. I was just looking around. There's lots of people.
Out of curiosity, how much does it cost to actually like legally get married?
I forget. Maisie would probably know.
You and Marvin gonna get remarried?
Potentially.
Original license sufficient.
Okay.
Other than that,
Brandi.
Hi.
Grand Brandi.
Hi.
It is I,
You
not
did
Papa. Papa.
Hi, Papa.
You did so good. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. I tried really hard.
You did great. I'm so fucking proud of you.
They fucking suck, though. Mwah.
You didn't suck today. Mwah.
I didn't suck, but they did. The freaking defense were awful to me.
Yes. Yes, they were. That's what they do.
They
basically
basically tried to go.
fucking blamed her.
Yeah, they went for the angle of it's my fault that it happened.
Oh,
Yeah.
crazy.
Very crazy, but I kept watching everybody because I could see people getting real fidgety, and I was like, please don't shoot, please don't shoot.
If anybody wants to make this more complicated for you.
No, I know. I wouldn't blame them. I was getting very pissed off.
I wanted to let you know I was proud of you.
I appreciate you. I love you both very much.
Very much. Good thing, my love.
Mwah. Mwah. Oh, she's leaving.
Hey, Brandi.
Bestie.
Dawn.
I did come to hug you twice, but I think you were thinking.
Definitely thinking because I did not see you at all in there. Well, not.
Yeah, I hugged you twice. Hi. Their defense
Hi.
sucks.
Sorry?
Their defense sucks. They suck. They're freaking assholes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. True. True.
You
Big
doing
chillin',
okay?
Big chillin'. Yeah, I'm okay. How you doing?
I'm alright. Hanging in there.
Some food. You hungry?
I'm okay right now. Thank you, though.
Okay. So if you need anything, text me, okay?
I will. Hi, Olive.
Be good.
Andy, you take care of yourself, okay?
I promise I'm
Don't
trying.
like
That was
how they're
really
treating
hard.
you. It was hard, and they weren't very nice at all.
Yeah, they were really hard on me.
They called you Miss Lee. You're not Miss Lee. You're Miss Miller. Who in the hell's Miss Lee anyway?
I know.
You're a sweet girl. That's awful, and I hate hearing that. Okay? Not
Thank
like
you.
that, okay?
I appreciate it.
It was, you know, I'm here for you. No, I don't like hearing that.
Oh, the verdict's
See
happening.
ya.
The verdict's happening. Come on, come on, come on.
The judge is back.
Awesome.
Hello,
Say after the
Toledo
court
people.
case,
The judge
if
is
you
back
wanna talk to
inside.
All right, we got Brandi. We got the plaintiff's lawyer. All right, we'll wait for Senior Officer Price, and then we'll get
You
the
got
show
me.
back on the road.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello,
Hi,
Mr.
Uncle
Walker.
Winston.
Oh, I'm stuck at the door. Bye.
Hello,
Oh, you caught on my arm.
blonde guy who's waving at me who I don't know.
What up? It's Kenny Ricketts. Say 3 times professional. Forget it.
Hello, Kenny Rick. I'm not saying it 3 times.
Say 3 times. Go on.
I feel smart.
3 times so fast.
Come on, do it.
No,
Do it.
don't tell me what
Come
to
on.
do. This is my courtroom.
How fast
Boo
can you do
hiss.
it?
Your Honor.
No.
I hope so too.
All right, everybody's here. Verdict.
Let's see.
Everybody ready? Hi. First of all, thank fuck. This is it's over. March 2nd to 8th of May. God. This has been 2 fucking months in the making. It's over. Thank God. Let's just start with that. There we go.
Amen.
Amen. Yeah. I have nothing to say but apologies on behalf of the Department of Justice. This shouldn't take this long to reach trial. We tend to have cases go to trial within 2 to 3 weeks, as long as nothing. Oh, hey, calm down at the back. Yeah, we typically want matters to, once they go onto the docket, to make it to trial within 2 to 3 weeks. Because stuff like this happens where we wait over 2 months before we even reach court. And to that, I've got nothing to say except sorry to everybody. Plaintiff's counsel, defense's counsel. Yeah. All right, this case. So, what we have. You got Brandi Miller, who meets Alison Bentley on a hike. They go hiking together with another person. There's a photo that I'm not gonna put up because I don't want to cause whatever could happen to happen. So I'm gonna just leave it at that. It's all in evidence if you want to refer to it. But yeah, there was a hike. Alison Bentley then takes the plaintiff back to her apartment. Her being Alison Bentley's apartment, and that's where everything goes wrong. Plaintiff Miller was tied up with her arms and legs. She'd been rested against a kitchen cabinet. She was tortured by Alison Bentley, and then she eventually heard sirens. The police are here. That's what anyone's reaction would be, especially when you're conditioned like that. The police are there, and they're gonna save Brandi, right? Alison Bentley heard the sirens. Alison then told Plaintiff Miller that she needed to get up, move into the lounge with her. She got cut free and tied a knife to Brandi's hand and told Brandi that if she was found and if anybody were to come through the door, that she was to run at them. Brandi responded with, if she does that, they're gonna shoot me, and that she's going to die. Alison told Brandi that she was already dead. Officer Lockhart then breaches the property. Brandi hesitated, but fearing for her life, she did what Alison Bentley told her to do. She ran towards Officer Lockhart. She managed to get past Lockhart. And she was pleading for help. Please, please, it's me. It's me. It's Brandi. Officer Lockhart then pursued Brandi, tackled her, and placed her in cuffs. Throughout all of this, she's still pleading and letting Lockhart know that it's Brandi. Some external factors with some radio issues, all of that sort of stuff that I don't really want to dive into because not my place. There was a lot of commotion going on. Lockhart was by herself. On the radio requesting backup, but backup never really came. And then Officer Lockhart took Brandi next to the elevator off floor 16. And left her alone. This is what followed. Alison Bentley exited the apartment and shot Brandi in the head. Sure, Alison Bentley's plan may have been that Brandi had a knife tied to her hands and that she runs at the police, thinking that Brandi was going to get shot or what people call mad dumped by the cops. That didn't happen. And that should have been the end of the violence. That should have been the end of whatever theoretical violence. The police didn't shoot Brandi. Officer Lockhart managed to tackle her and place her in cuffs. That should have been the end of all the violence. At least against Brandi. But that didn't happen. Plaintiff Miller had a lot of injuries as a result of being shot. She suffered massive blood loss, which caused eventually a cardiac arrest. A cardiac arrest which happened multiple times during surgery and then once while she was in the intensive care unit at Eclipse Hospital. Plaintiff Miller also suffered from brain bleeding, which could have led to a concussion. However, that concussion was not tested for, so we do not know whether Plaintiff Miller did in fact suffer a concussion. And then Plaintiff Miller was placed in a medically induced coma and was in the ICU for 13 days plus 30 minutes, or 37 minutes. Plaintiff Miller's body was down multiple times throughout all of this ordeal, throughout the surgery. In fact, she was declared deceased at one point. However, the doctors at SAMA managed to resuscitate her. Dr. January also testified to the long-term impact and the long-term consequences as a result of the shooting. PTSD, anxiety, depression, trouble sleeping, nightmares, avoiding places that she would usually go to, and trouble maintaining already established connections with people. There's also one more thing I want to touch on in terms of the mental anguish afterwards. Is something that Plaintiff Miller said during her testimony. She was asked if she experienced any stress from the shooting in question afterwards. And something that she mentioned in her answer was, as soon as she hears sirens, which, let's be honest, we live in a state where you will hear them frequently. Anytime I hear, I flinch, and it's like I'm transported back to when it happened almost immediately. This was an unspeakable act of violence, which, whilst committed by Alison Bentley, was compounded and eventually also caused by the failure of those charged with safeguarding the life that they had sworn to protect. Brandi Miller was a victim. She was a victim of psychological manipulation, a victim of torture, but also she is a victim of the gross negligence of the Department of Public Safety here today. And that's what's been shown here today. This court does not find any liability for Deputy Meyer or Senior Officer Baker, and that also means that there'll be no liability held on behalf of the LSSD. There was the argument made that, oh, they could have, should have, would have, or they should have known that this was happening. However, this court does not see that their actions, Deputy Meyer or Senior Officer Baker, or in this instance, their inaction, meant that they knew or reasonably should have known of the presence of Alison Bentley or the specific risk of harm, or Officer Lockhart deciding to leave Brandi Miller handcuffed and alone. They could not possibly foreseen that. They could not have possibly saw that happening. This is like 3, 4, 5 degrees away from what we are looking for, or circles in terms of liability. So as such, we're not going to be holding them liable. We're not holding Deputy Meyer liable. We're not holding Senior Officer Baker liable. And as an extension, we're not going to be holding the Los Santos Sheriff's Department liable. However, what this court does find that Officer Lockhart failed to uphold her duty of care by leaving Plaintiff Miller unattended whilst still in restraint, while still handcuffed, in a scene which has not yet been secured. She allowed that danger to re-emerge in the form of Alison Bentley, who ultimately emerged from that apartment and shot Miss Miller at point-blank range. Or shot the defendant, or shot, oh God. Emerged from that apartment and shot Plaintiff Miller. While she was defenseless, while she was handcuffed, and while she was supposed to be under police protection. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'm gonna get to the point soon, right? This is more than a lapse in judgment. It's a failure so grave that it nearly cost Brandi her life. But there is one more thing that Councillor Fassad also touched upon. Alison Bentley. While sure Officer Lockhart failed to uphold her duty of care, and by her leaving Plaintiff Miller handcuffed and restrained all alone, ultimately, it was Alison Bentley who pulled the trigger. It was Alison Bentley who shot Brandi Miller. So whilst we will be holding Officer Lockhart and the Del Perro Police Department liable, they're not going to be receiving full liability. So,
He does not have
The relief requested is no less than $97,500. Spoiler alert, you're not getting that. But what I will say is that this will be the largest relief that is awarded, that this court awarded, or this Department of Justice has ever awarded, and will probably ever award for a very, very long time. Let's, oh. You know, that very good timing. Loss of wages. Let's start with that. First of all, fuck you, Franklin. I had to do math. What's it called? A motion for subpoena was made. That subpoena was approved. And in that subpoena was the last 14 days of Brandi Miller's job records whilst working as a veterinarian. It was 61 hours in 14 days. Averaging out at 14.3 hours per day. This court will be awarding loss of wages for the time that she was in the intensive care unit. Assuming 4 hours a day, multiplied by $200 hourly wage, because nobody fucking told me how much veterinarians make. Thanks. So I'm assuming $200 an hour. Is probably more. Could be less, but we're gonna just assume 200. At 13 days, that is $10,400. Lawyer fees are gonna be awarded in full, so that's $2,500. This court is also going to award $10,000 in pain and suffering. It will be trebling the amount in terms of punitive damages. This is as a result of Officer Lockhart's actions in leaving Plaintiff Miller restrained and alone and handcuffed, where she was unable to move, unable to react, unable to save herself, and also for Alison Bentley shooting Brandi in the head. So in total, all of that comes to $52,900 in damages. As I said before, Officer Lockhart and the Del Perro Police Department will not be held fully liable for that amount. Like I said, Alison Bentley was ultimately the one who pulled the trigger. We're going to attribute 50% of the liability to Alison Bentley and the remaining 50% to Officer Lockhart and the Del Perro Police Department. As we only have Officer Lockhart and the Del Perro Police Department listed as defendants in this matter, we'll proceed with the remainder of this judgment for the two defendants only. 50% of $52,900 is $26,450, of which Officer Lockhart will be ordered 10% of the amount, $22,645. The Perro Police Department will be ordered to pay the remaining amount, $23,805. What we cannot put an amount on is the reputational damage that the Department of Public Safety have definitely suffered as a result of this incident. And this is a lesson to everybody. I don't know, probably should have settled out of court. Court of this court, this matter is closed. Any questions? I'll be around tomorrow because I've got another case straight after this.
Okay. It's over now.
Good. Oh.
All right,
Put this
hey, we're
behind
gonna
you.
start we're starting the next case in 5 minutes. 5-minute warning. Yeah, 5-minute warning. Next case is appeal the State v. Sidney Martin, case number 51448. I'm not going to bed tonight, am I? What up, Penworth?
There you go. First off, I noticed the magistrate. They got potted plants thing. Very fun.
Wait, what?
Oh, there he is.
Remember
Hey,
when I
Evan.
told you outside? Can you do that again for me?
Hello.
How you been?
I'm alright.
You?
How are you?
Good. Good.
Sit up here, right? Because I'm boss certified.
You did good, girl.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you want to.
You did so good. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I do like sitting here.
Thank you.
That was one hell of a
Oh.
case, huh?
And it's
Yeah.
only getting gunned down by
Yeah.
what
Sure,
looks
the
like
judge took my tweets and.
Over now, sweetheart.
It's all done. We're all done with it. Good job.
Over.
What'd you
Just check
tweet?
my just check
You
my
won't have to
Twitter,
hear about it
just
ever
look at
again.
What she said, and it was verbatim what I
All
said.
done. What do you want to do now?
Support
You wanna go bed?
you.
See you.
Okay.
Beach day, beach day.
Can you do something for me?
What?
the last
I
Was
see
it for
you,
free?
so it's not gonna make me mad, okay?
there is a picture
Can you go with Auntie Kiki and go fishing for a little bit?
I will. I appreciate it very much.
Jeffrey
But-
getting gunned down.
But I want to be
After
here
me?
for you.
I know. I know you
looking.
do.
I'm trying to find it.
But right now, I think that would be best for you, and I know you're here with me, okay? Okay.
Here.
But Eddie Kiki want to be here for you too.
Yeah, but Auntie Kiki needs to
Not
not be
staying.
here.
Thank you,
here.
Franklin, for your time. I appreciate you as always, Brandy.
Yeah.
Gotta go
I'm
do a
happy you got the
destruction beach
restitution
day,
you
baby.
deserve.
Yeah, if you want to
This
come
was
back later,
horrible.
I can bring you back later. But
Thank you.
I'll be around.
Catch up, Aaron.
Absolutely.
Can I give you a hug?
Take care, guys.
Exactly verbatim what the justice said.
40 minutes ago, but
Yeah. She might have
I have
taken
This
some of
was
your
never
words.
about you. I hope you know that.
I know. I love you.
You gonna go get some royalties from
Me
her?
too.
I think so.
I've been holding on
You need
to
me,
it for a
okay?
while. It's not much.
You probably should.
I love you.
Please reach out, okay?
Yeah, you
I've been
too.
gone for a while, but I have my phone on me always.
Yeah, me too.
I mean,
Have a good
you
evening.
know,
Netta
you got the
and Brandy.
capability to do so. I learned from you.
Ace is beautiful.
Meet up with you.
I just-
Fighting crime right now.
Honey?
Oh, okay. All right.
I heard. How's the FIB
Lazy
treatment?
go.
Maybe you can.
Yeah, not
Hey,
too bad. Not too
I love
bad,
you.
Not too bad.
Hey, Sky.
It's you know,
Hey.
It's interesting. You never really.
How are you?
never
If you
really
need
know
anything, just let me know.
Good. I've been awake for 20 hours, I
Have a
think.
good
I don't
day.
know. It's
I
been a
can see
long
that.
time, dog.
That's one
I
thing.
love
all
you.
FIB
Just
is
20?
This Whitney.
incredibly,
I love you.
Time.
They have
Literally
their own
any
unique
time.
way of
You
doing
call me
things.
whenever you need me, okay? That's what I'm here for.
Already out?
You're
Really
amazing.
losing my mind.
Take care of yourself,
She's
please,
already
all
out.
right?
Do you want to go
I'll be
first
around for a
then?
little while if you need anything.
Can I get along quite
Yeah, I'm
well?
probably gonna head out soon, but I love you very much.
I don't mind. I'll be here the
A
entire
lot of
time.
the
Me
old
too.
guard working over
Hang
there
in there.
between you and Inga and
I love you, Mama.
Dylan Pierce.
Yeah,
Love
there
you too,
go.
baby.
That's the dream team right there.
It's Kiki right now, okay?
That's the absolute dream team.
Or go take a rest or do whatever you need to do.
The attorney, we actually
You
assembled
did a lot.
because
I love you. I'll see you later.
We won, but you know other people did not win, so it's
Aaron,
unfortunately. Hello, Brandy. How are you?
thank you.
Oh,
I'm
thank
gonna
you
go
very.
grab food
Oh,
really
here.
quick.
you-
I'll be right
let,
back.
let me give you a
Okay.
hug back. I'm very, very sorry.
An EMS is going to be coming to the lobby here in a few minutes.
You have a job
Renee,
to do. I understand.
I understand. Look, I know, you know, some terrible people, you know, did some wrong things, and I know some officers did some negligent things, but I had to do it. I had Glenn because I
know.
believe she didn't do anything wrong.
I know.
Yeah,
I know you're doing your job. I understand.
Is that Humphrey? I don't know who this is. Whoever this is, take
Glad
your
we
shirt
got
off.
to meet, though.
Yes. Take your shirt off.
Absolutely. It won't be the last time. Here, I don't know if you have my phone number or not, but you can keep this just in case. This is my business card. You don't have to call me for lawyer services, but it's just to keep down my number. But you can even give this to a friend if you'd like, okay?
You need to take your
Perfect.
shirt off
Thank
too,
you.
Paul.
Absolutely.
You look like
You have a good one now. I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
Both of you.
Thank
You
you.
too, Roland.
I love you, Mama.
You.
And this isn't an excuse for me to see something. You just gotta take your shirt off and put it back on. Could
Brandy's a very good person.
Why give him the money?
okay, Brandi?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I told you it wasn't your
Okay.
fault, sweetie.
The rest of my life
Yeah.
giving this man
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
How you doing,
Sign
Sonny?
myself in that
Very nice.
God, you guys really come out of force all the time, huh?
Doing all right, Sonny?
Oh, that's people we care about, yeah.
I love it.
Love you.
Hi,
You
love
did
you
great.
too.
Sonny.
Love you.
Yeah.
Faye, can I give you a hug? I don't know if you're a hugger or not.
Yeah, you can.
I'm all right, Sonny. I promise.
Yay. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
Honey. Yeah, no problem.
Fuck.
I dying you. Goddamn.
This what?
I'm totally blaming it on you, not me not being around.
Well, I also have not been around a huge amount, so like 50-50, all right, brother?
Well, we should link up and do some shit at some point.
You never know.
Oh. Okay.
You know, I'm.
It's
We're
okay,
supposed to
but
meet
it
up.
just makes my heart melt.
You jealous?
I did not understand a single fucking word you just said, brother.
Why are you?
You're gonna get a weird
Yeah.
Fucking
face.
God,
I
I
don't
swear
know.
to fucking God.
You just
These
trying
are
to
so
do an Irish
cute.
accent because that was awful.
What?
Gracie. There.
Try and do.
Oh my god.
Goofy.
I'll go
I
through
am.
these
Is he called
soon.
Goofy?
I
Hey, Corbin.
Noofy. What's up,
And
Colin?
I'm good. We totally take ex cops. Just take off
Oh,
that mask, put on some denim.
Decker. Thank you for coming.
Of course.
I love you. I appreciate you.
Me too. Appreciate you too.
Miss Miller, a word?
Hi.
Oh, I don't know. You may not remember me. I'm Paul Evans. We have met, but it was a
Hello,
while
sir.
ago.
I remember. Hi.
I would just, I work for the government now. I work for the FIB, and I don't know why, but I feel compelled to apologize to you. So,
It's not.
I'm sorry that
It's not your
my
responsibility,
colleagues.
sir.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I don't know. I've never seen anything so shocking, and I've never heard of a negligence of that level.
What about the photo? It's in the back.
So, I'd like to
Wow.
apologize. As all.
Well, thank you, sir. I really
Yeah, no
appreciate it.
Yeah, and
It's
hopefully
nice
you
to
can
hear.
put this behind you, and you never have to think about it again. One
Yeah,
can hope.
here's hoping. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
No problem at all. I'll leave you to it, okay?
Thank you. You have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Go relax. Bye bye.
That voice sounds familiar.
What do you want?
Where did Kiki go?
Sean was using his
Contentious.
I was wondering where Kiki is. She's here.
She went towards the street. She's right over there.
Baby song card.
Yeah.
Something like that.
All good. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. I think Anna is.
This is so nice.
From a distance.
White and looking ready for business, and so I put this together. I was like, I'm keeping this actually.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm actually quite
keeping
happy
this
with this.
one,
I'm
too.
keeping it.
Oh yeah. Nice.
You look really good.
Thank you. So do you, baby girl.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh God, what's that guy doing? What's that deputy doing?
Which one?
He just. Tito held up a chancla at him, so then he tackled Tito, but I think it's all good now.
Nah, it's just a chunkla. I would be afraid too.
Oh,
Man, they hurt.
This was lethal.
Oh, looks spiffy.
Yeah, I'm actually not staying. No, I'm gonna go. Girls are calling it distraction day. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I weighed my options, and this is the best awful one. So I am just gonna not be here.
Yeah, I feel you.
You know, they tried to call me as a witness.
Ooh.
Said my dad's on one side and my fiance's on the other. I'd rather not, and if you try to force me, I will tank. The
How much did
failure
I
to
get
appear charge
awarded?
because it's only a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no
I am-
bueno.
No, I am just going to not be here. Fishing instead. Have a little beach day.
Yeah, there you go. Fishing's a good time.
Yeah.
You guys all set on game licenses
just
and
put her
stuff? Do you
money
need
over.
any or no?
It sucks as well because I love Ashley
can also
so
produce
much.
those for
I
you
don't
guys
know
if
if you
you
guys
need 'em.
remember, but Ashley was the only one that fucking did her job with a prissy. Ashley was the only one that was fucking trying to investigate and look into shit. What was the bunker people? I love
Noah and I went
Ashley.
hunting
Ashley's such
yesterday,
a good egg.
actually.
I feel so
It was fun.
bad.
It was a lot slower than I thought it was gonna be, but
She's a great
it
role
was a good
player.
time.
I only went the one time, and I'm just not a big fan of.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of us have.
No,
our
fair.
licenses, we're good.
Fair. All right. If you guys ever run into issues or hangups with hunting, fishing stuff, just let me know. I got y'all covered.
Love you.
Of course, love you too.
Have fun. Stay safe. I'm gonna have fun. I guess just stay safe. There is no having fun here right now.
No, but I'll be here for whoever, to be honest with you.
I really want to come
All right.
do fun family stuff, but I'm not gonna lie, this migraine is really, really bad, and I really
Cool.
don't feel well.
You mentioned it earlier.
I don't
Go to
think
sleep,
anybody
sweetheart.
blames you.
Yeah, I
the
really
apartment,
think.
or you think you could drive?
I don't remember where my car is. I think my car is at the law place. So if somebody would mind giving me a ride, that'd be great.
Do we want
Thanks,
to
guys. Be
Thank
safe.
you.
Have fun.
bye,
Bye, I
Tommy?
love
Got
you.
to what?
Oh, I love you too, Brandi.
Want to meet at Polito, the Polito Beach?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. Does everyone have fishing poles and everything? Because I don't. I'm gonna have to stop.
do not.
I still have my fishing pole. I just had to stop at my RV.
Where the fuck mine went? Hi, Jason.
We'll probably need to stop and get, I need to get another cooler and all that good stuff. So, well, I'll take Maisie. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Gonna chill? Okay.
I love you
V and
both.
Brandy.
I love you, baby girl. Get some rest, please.
I
Take
will.
something for your head.
Yeah, I will. I
So
feel awful.
congratulations, you apparently make $200 an hour.
Wild. Crazy.
Yeah, they said $200, and I was like, that's not right.
That's not right, but I'm not correcting
Never
that. Who the
made
hell
that?
am I?
You make $220, but like
Smooch.
now,
Smooch.
but yeah.
Smooch. Smooch.
Hi.
She's like one
Hi.
Smooch. I hate the mustache, Uncle Jeffy. You gotta get like what? Why?
Aaron, you like it, don't you?
Mustache.
I mean, look, as a former and current mustache connoisseur, I think it looks quite swell on you. Got the lumberjack look and
It looks
everything.
really
Hell
good
yeah.
on you, Mr. Aaron, but just I'm not used
Thank
to it
you.
on my Uncle Jeffy. Plus, he called it the
I
womb
understand.
broom.
I did call it the
Does
womb
that,
broom.
it's not good, but
And the taco flosser.
We'll just meet in Polito.
Jeffy.
Go get gear and all that
The
stuff.
worst name for it, but that's, I don't think you'd want to hear it, Brandi. It's bad.
aside from that,
Okay.
it's grown on me.
All right.
Yep.
Like a fungus.
I'm a big fan of it.
I'm going to
Right.
bed because I have a migraine, but I love you guys.
Yeah, get some rest. Love you too, kid.
Brandy.
Love you.
Make sure the dairy police don't come knocking on your door.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I told Bryce, and Bryce was like, don't tell anyone. I was like, stop. I'm already panicking.
Speaking of that, I apologize for calling you by your maiden name. I was under I forgot that you were adopted into that family, and I
Oh,
was
no,
under
you're
the
You're
I knew
fine.
your maiden name because I remember quite vividly the Hans Gruber case that what he did to you previously.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I was
I
I was trying.
Why
I
me?
remember that because your name was brought up like 15 fucking times, and it was brought up in my memory. So I
Why
understand.
me?
No, I understand. I understand.
But no, you're fine. Honestly, don't worry. I'm kind of used to it. Like for the longest time, it was always Brandi Lee. Like it was never just Brandi. And now everybody always calls me Brandi Miller. So I kind of try and correct to just be like, just call me Brandi, because otherwise people get so hung up on last names and how people are related and blah 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 blah.
I know people
But-
by their last names more than their first names. It's
No,
kind
that's valid. I understand
I'm very
that. I don't know if you
I'm
heard
very,
Bryce,
very
but
proper.
Bryce was very happy about it. He yelled,
He did.
"Yeah!"
He did cheer. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
The fucking cheer and it was pretty good.
I was like, "Oh, Dad's here." Oh God, I'm gonna go lay
You
down.
have a
though.
lot of family.
I do have a lot of family. All of these people are my family.
Oh, good lord, that must be a
It's
handful.
a big old adopted family, and a lot of the time people are like, "Wait, how are you related to me?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And so I just end up calling everybody auntie and uncle. It's a whole thing.
Me and Franklin are like platonically family, but I'm like
That's very
I'm like the stepkids because I left the law firm.
I like that though.
And
Franklin
I
and
made
me
my
call
own.
each other siblings.
Yeah, me and him call each other assholes.
I like that. It's it's loving. Like you deep down you care.
Absolutely. I just yesterday him and I had a very sappy we love each other like family moment, and then about 3 hours later me and him wanted to beat the shit out of each other.
Valid, I would say.
You killed me.
What?
All right. Well, I need to dash because I got another meeting. Jeffy, it was good seeing you. Brandy, again, congratulations. I'm sorry you had to be this way.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go rest because migraine bad.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good to see you, Aaron.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Bye, Aaron. I go
Get some
sleep.
rest, kid.
Migraine real bad.
Yeah. Go get some rest, okay?
Yeah. Thank you for being there. I appreciate you.
Of course. Wouldn't miss it.
I love you.
Okay. You did great.
Mwah.
Love you.
What was that?
Love you.
A video call I have to make back at the motel around then.
I go
Oh,
ape.
okay. All right. Sweet dreams, darling.
Be back.
Sweet dreams. I'm gonna
I'll take her.
run.
No, I'm going to take you.
Well, I don't know where a car is.
Well, I
said
I
it was
have
by
a
the law
car, but
place,
you also
so-
yeah.
Oh.
Also track it. It's your car, but it's already decided that I'm gonna go do something else and not be here for this. So ready to go?
Cousin, grandpa, uncle, yeah. Already.
Okay.
Bed.
Okay, I'll see you guys
All right.
later. We're gonna head
Good night,
out.
guys. I love you.
Sonny running around. I think he's on his own.
Yeah,
but
I
I'm not sure
agree.
why.
Sunny boy.
He's
Where
become a
is he?
sociopath.
What the heck does that mean?
He was doing some weird shit recently.
That's terrifying because he's a dog.
There was a dog. You know Pyro?
Yeah.
Pyro was at first just uncomfortable around him, and then out of no was terrified of him. Like shaking, tail between the legs. At one point it was so bad she wouldn't even listen. What is he doing? She wouldn't even listen to commands. Like it was
Hello.
bad.
Hi.
And one day she decided to try and get closer and give him a chance, and it took 3 hours for her to get within like almost arm's reach of him.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Oh,
he
his
did
head's
this
bad.
thing.
Fuck.
So something dogs will do if they're unhappy is they'll raise their lip and expose their teeth, just like a little,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah.
Did that, but he did it in a way that I don't think he wanted us to see him doing it. And a split second later, he was being all cutesy and rolling around and looking adorable, like he'd done nothing wrong. But then Pyro was back to square one, absolutely fucking terrified.
That's scary.
Happened more than once. Not sure what the fuck is going on there.
Trust me, preaching to the choir. I dealt with this on Gracie.
The Brandi one is now it's just Sydney's appeal.
Thank you.
Sunny boy, be safe.
Good boy.
Love you.
Tater chip out of here.
What did Duke say? Intelligent team victim blaming and attempting to introduce reasonable. No, that was victim blaming. Oh, unless that was. Oh, this is new. Okay. That's about. Okay. So you said it's at what the fuck law?
Yeah.
Actually, what the fuck, or just WTF stands for something else? Oh,
I
the
have
app is
no
probably
idea.
Franklin, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait, so what was the verdict? I don't even know what the verdict was.
What was the verdict?
Yeah.
Alice wasn't going to be held liable, and Baker wasn't going to be held liable.
Mhm.
But Ashley and DPPD were going to be held liable.
Okay.
However, Fusar brought up Allison being held liable as well. which I think is
Huge!
kind of crazy. Because I mean, yes, she shot you, but she wouldn't have shot you if not for the cops. But it is what it is, I guess. So it was decided that Allison is responsible for half of your award, which you're never gonna get. And Ashley and the DPPD would be responsible for the other half. So you're getting almost $27,000.
Okay. I really don't care about the buddy.
I know. And she said that it would have been in the PD's best interest if they had done this out of court.
Yeah, they
But
really
it is
fucked
what it
up.
is.
I heard Winston
Yep, they have.
cackle at that.
Oh my god, he laughed so hard. That was so fucking funny. His reaction to that.
Good night, guys. I love you.
Good night, baby girl. You get some rest.
Yeah, you too.
You did amazing today.
Thank you. Which way am I going? Where am I going? Is it that way? This way. I'm gonna briefly see if I can see Pilot and just tell him. And then I'm going to bed. I go bed. Oh, I hate migraines. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. It's like the meme. Mom, I food up. That's what I get for not even looking at my screen. Oh, I really don't feel good. I had a headache throughout that, and I could feel it, and I was trying to, like, breathe and put my head back and have my fan on me, and it just kept getting worse, and now it's, like, reached its, like, ultimate point of me being like, nah, fam. Let me see if Pilot's in here. I don't see him. He's got a painted moon.
The person you are trying to reach is unavailable. Please leave a message after the
Oh my god. Oh my god. Sick drift, but what the fuck? I didn't mean to do it. I just want my bed. Okay, let's just head back. And I'll deal with texts and explaining shit to people tomorrow. I won't be around tomorrow, but like, I'll do it like external texts and shit. I don't know when I'm gonna be back. I'm focusing on me. I think I touched on this briefly yesterday. You fell asleep. Brandi got awarded like 50 something K, but she's only gonna be getting like 26K because one half falls on Lockhart and the other falls on Allison. And Allison's never gonna pay that, so oh god. Hi, Pilot.
Hey, sorry, I had to hit a nap real quick, but I'm
No,
back.
you're fine. It just ended. I'm going to bed because I have a really bad migraine and I really don't feel good.
Yeah, you sound tired as
Verdict.
shit.
Yeah, my head really hurts. Um, so they found Lockhart, Ashley, the one that left me alone, um, responsible for negligence and total damages awarded apparently is the highest that the city has ever granted and probably will ever grant. It was 50
Holy
something
shit.
K.
Yeah. Wow.
And they said that I'm probably only gonna get 26 point something K of that because one half they're putting on Lockhart and the other half they're saying is Allison. And I'm never gonna get that from Allison. So
Allison's in the fucking wind, isn't she?
yeah, like God,
gone.
fuck knows where she is. So
Right.
it was really awful. It was a very hard court case. TDLR, they essentially just blamed me and said it was my fault that this happened. That was the defense.
How the what?
Yeah.
How?
Not even lying. That was the defense. Was this was your fault?
Oh.
And everybody,
Yeah,
as you
you're
can imagine, got very angry.
you're so torturable and kidnappable and killable.
Yeah, they basically were
dickhead.
like, well, you let this happen because they warned you that somebody was coming after you, so you should have known. That's honestly the defense they went for. It was ridiculous. People got very angry, as you can imagine. I ended up getting one warning from the judge because I snapped because the lawyer started putting words in my mouth and I said I didn't even fucking say that. I lost my temper. I was like, I didn't even fucking
Judges
say
hate
that.
outbursts.
No, but she was great. She was like, Brandy, I understand that you're really upset. I understand, but please no more outbursts. And I was like, okay, I won't. And I didn't. But I was
That's not bad.
pissed. But yeah, I did
Who was
good.
the
I
attorney
guess.
on the other side?
Aaron, Fusar.
Oh. He's usually not a moron. That's like a really bad public, like, from a PR perspective.
Well, he was representing Brooklyn, and Brooklyn honestly didn't do anything wrong. It was mainly Ashley. Nick Swift, I believe the other person's name, was the guy that was doing for like the other people. Aaron and I just had a hug, and he gave me his number, and he apologized and said that I didn't do anything wrong. That he was doing his job, which I understand. I'm not an asshole.
Yeah, actually, I understand that. I
I
wouldn't
understand, but
take
it's
it
still really,
personal.
it still really sucks. Like
That's
having to
shitty to go
listen.
through.
Yeah, like they were going into insane detail about everything, and it was really hard. And so I go to bed. I'm tired.
Okay. All right. Are people taking you to your apartment? Where are you going?
Oh, I'm here. I'm back at my Nicole's
Okay.
place. I'm gonna sprawl across the bed.
All right. All right. Sounds good.
But I wanted to like fill you in a little bit, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So
it's a little bit of
verdict.
vindication. Yeah, it's not bad. It just sucks to go through.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate you, Pi.
All right.
You
You
have
get
a
some
good
rest,
one.
yeah?
Yeah, you too. Bye.
All right. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Insane performance, big fan. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I do what I can. I'm knackered. My head is pounding. I have the worst migraine. Brandi. My head is pounding. I feel sick. I'm glad it's only just come on now, though, and not right at the start or like something, because that would have been a lot worse. But anyhow, I'm going to bed because I really, really don't feel good, guys. I really don't feel good. Fuck me. Is there anyone I could send you over to real quick? Oh god, I feel like I can throw up. I am literally like that meme of Mom, I fooled up. Mom, I fooled up. Thank you for the stream. Hope you feel better soon. I appreciate you. Like I said, I'm probably not going to be around. I'm taking time for me. I'm not enjoying roleplay anymore. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed today. I really enjoyed yesterday, but I'm just not enjoying roleplay as a whole like I was, and I don't have that love and that spark currently, so I don't want to force myself because at the moment it just feels like a chore. So I'm taking care of me, and I'm not going to roleplay until I feel like it. I hope you guys can understand that. I'm actually not gonna raise anyone because I just feel really sick. But I love you guys. Good night. Have a good one.